actually managed to find some
Hello. Welcome to day 3 of Derbyshire's County Championship match with Gloucestershire here at the county ground. Gloucestershire will resume their second innings on 128 for 3 with James Bracey on 3 and Ben Charlesworth on 77. Derbyshire still have a lead. It's only a small one now, 41 runs. But of course Gloucestershire only have those 7 wickets remaining. It's all very exciting. Who knows what's going to happen over the course of the next 6 hours, but if you stay with us, you'll find out. And you probably just heard who's going to bowl the first over. If you didn't, then I'm not entirely sure I can help you. Oh, there's Wesley in my ears with the news. I'll have an update at 11, but I'm Dave Fletcher, by the way. I'm here with Ed Seaborn from a number of radio stations in the west, not the southwest. I know it's not the southwest, it's the west. I've been admonished on that in the past. It's the southwest, it's the west, isn't it? It's something. Anyway.
I don't really care, to be honest.
It's sort of M5.
I think most people roughly know where it is anyway, without having to have a general description.
That is probably true, actually. Yes. I don't know why I'm bothering to tell you that. So Zach Chappell will bowl from the racecourse end. We've all had our breakfast in various forms. Those of us who partake.
I would imagine Zach Chappell's breakfast was probably quite similar to yours.
I do hope he had the remainder of his hot and spicy from last night. Go on, you carry on.
All right, here comes Zach Chappell, first ball of the morning. And James Bracey on strike. Comes forward and defends, and there's no run. So Charlesworth 77, he batted really beautifully yesterday evening. He was authoritative with his stroke play, but then just able to dial it back and not just go into his shell, because he still rotated the strike, but just made absolutely sure that he was there at the close. And it's really incumbent upon him to pick up where he left off, and for James Bracey to build something with him here as is defended back towards Zach Chappell. Awfully long way to go for Gloucestershire. I mean, you know, you're thinking really to have something to bowl at. I mean, you've got to get north of 150 as far as a lead, which is still 190 runs away. As Chappell is in, and Bracey has he played a shot at that? We'll see. Sort of motioned to tuck it off his hip and then almost withdrew the bat to it, but it is going to be signalled a leg bite, and nobody seems too bothered by that, so it goes down to long leg. Still no runs off the bat, but first run of the morning, 129 for 3. Wickets for Chappell, for Rees and for Brown yesterday, but there's still a little bit of spin out there. Imagine Jack Morley's going to have a part to play today unless they can really rattle through things with the seamers this morning. Chappell in, and Charlesworth leaves, and the ball is ricocheted off his thigh pad, and it will actually go over the boundary, but it doesn't matter because he's not played a shot. So this time it will be signalled a dead ball by umpire Neil Pratt. But yeah, I think he's obviously left it on length, but it's about the first time we've seen much of a misjudgment from Charlesworth in this innings so far. He's, apart from his very first scoring shot, which is a flashing edge past second slip for 4. Since then, there's Chappell bowls to him, and there's a sturdy defence. Hasn't been much in terms of chances or half chances. They've got this fielder at short straight mid-off, David Lloyd.
Yeah.
This is the
It's quite modern, that.
It is, isn't it? Well, this is obviously the think tank has come up with this overnight and decided that Ben Charlesworth is going to hit a drive
straight to him. If he hits it with any force, he's never going to get near it.
Isn't he really close even for that position? Again, Chappell is bowling on the length, and there's good lift through to the keeper. And Charlesworth is able to leave it on length. I spoke to Marshad Dalanger yesterday, who was praising the pitch, felt it was a really good cricket wicket, and I think he's spot on. I mean, you see that
Yes.
day 3. How often do you see? I know Chappell's tall, but how often do you see the ball flying through that nicely to a keeper at the start of day 3?
Well, to Neil Godrich and the rest of the ground staff. I'm not sure what they were asked to prepare, but this is decent. And we're going to see Lewis Rees, unsurprisingly, bowling from the city end, as you may have heard in the background. I've just tweaked. I had the very unusual experience yesterday of being able to watch a couple of hours or more of the stream. Very enjoyable it was too, Ed. I thought you were both great. And thanks to Dave Jepson again for stepping in. We will hear Jeppo later in the season as well. Not too far away actually. So I've just tweaked up the effects a bit because you couldn't really hear the effects over you two screaming. Lewis Rees doesn't bowl the first delivery.
But you enjoyed the screaming.
That was great.
Yeah, fantastic screaming.
I don't mind the screaming. No, I just tweaked it up a bit. It's a sort of trial and error thing because you're never sure, are you? What you can hear in your ears isn't necessarily what they can hear on the stream, and I don't know. And we've got a guest coming in just around about 12:30 with a special announcement from the Whistle Foundation. I know him only as Greg. I'll try and wheedle out his surname. See if my investigative powers will allow me to do that. The over's going to start now, and Rees bowls to Bracey, who leaves alone outside the off stump. It goes through to broadcast. He's got 3 slips, Lewis Rees. I did hear the bit of commentary where they had 2 slips and a gully. The ball went in between the second slip and the gully yesterday. I think I was on the outskirts of Wrexham at that stage.
That might have been that Charlesworth. Well, non-chance as it turned out when he was on naught.
It is remarkable. I probably heard and watched combined at least half a day's play yesterday, and I didn't leave Wrexham till gone 3. Here is Rees again, and that one is guided very gently to Anuj Dal at backward point by Bracey. Very enjoyable it was. So you can listen in your car very, very simply. If I can do it, you can do it. So if you are out and about and you don't have internet in your car, and I'm not sure if cars have internet. Some do, I think, don't they, these days? All very, very high tech. But you can plug your phone into either the OGS or the one that feeds straight into your fruit-based phone. And listen that way as Rees bowls. That one is pushed out into the offside. I'm contractually obliged as well to read this out. Where's that?
Have you got it written down somewhere?
I've got it here. If you want to listen on your smart speaker, and why wouldn't you? Although you can't on mine, I don't think. You need to tell most smart speakers, or specifically yours, ask BBC Sounds to play Derbyshire versus Gloucestershire Day 3. That Day 3 is important. Well, the Derbyshire and the Gloucestershire bit's quite important as well, but the Day 3 bit is very important, because if you don't say that, it won't play anything. Rees is in and Bracey is off the mark for the day as he turns that one into the leg side for a single. Moves on to 4, 130 for 3 now. The visitors. I think I've done all my contractual obligation requirements.
Well, in a way, I'm not surprised you were able to catch so much of it, because for a while it was extremely slow moving.
I heard you saying it was slow as well.
Just in case people missed it,
Yeah.
Gloucestershire's current over rate is -5. Considering they've only accrued 3 points so far, do the math, as they say.
Rees bowls to Charlesworth, who pushes this one up to mid-on. Harry Kane will do the fielding. Yes, that's not ideal, is it, really?
Certainly not if, as Gloucestershire, in their sort of best case scenario at the moment, would be doing, defending a fairly low total. You know, they've just got to get themselves something to bowl at. But then you can't push the whole way through that 4th innings, because at some point you're going to have to rattle through about 20 overs in an hour.
Which seems unlikely in this day and age, sadly. So somebody suggesting, oh, we've just reduced the number of overs in a day to 90. Well, yeah, but by that argument, as Rees is into bowl to Charlesworth, who leaves alone outside the off stump, in 15 years' time they'll be bowling 50 overs a day, because players will slow games down as much as they possibly can without facing any sanction. And I'm afraid finishing at 20-7 and being docked 1 point isn't much of a sanction for a cricketer. Find them a match fee or a couple of £1,000 quid. I think they'd soon get a shift on. But
It is amazing, though, how quickly you think. I'm trying to think, it might not have been -5, but I've seen something like -4, -3 made up, and they do allow. I don't think it's amazingly scientific, to be honest, this whole -5 business. You sort of think there's somebody sitting there with a calculator or whatever, but Chappell bowls over the wicket to Bracey, who plays forward towards the bowler, and Chappell picks it up. Essentially, from what I was told, and I'm sure this is correct because I was told it from an extremely reliable source who also might just about be within earshot.
somebody in the know, eh?
As long as you're making an effort, seem to be making enough of an effort, there will be some leniency. It's Chappell bowls, and this is on the pads of Bracey, tucked away towards mid-wicket, and a really good stop. It's made there by Jack Morley. Probably could have got one if they just set off straight away, but Bracey was hoping it was going to get past the fielder, which it didn't. But, you know, you can imagine that it wasn't deemed that Gloucestershire had made really enough of an effort with, 11 overs of spin out of 78.5. Chappell bowls and Bracey push drives towards mid-off. This time he does set off immediately for the single and will make it with ease as Kane goes to the striker's end. Bracey moves up to 5. Gloucestershire 131 for 3.
Yeah, Derbyshire, who didn't bowl particularly quickly through their overs, they're +1.
Yeah,
Doesn't make a lot of sense, does it really?
they've left, 10 overs of spin out of 42, so it's a high percentage, and then Dahl doesn't hang about at all. Still back to the short straight mid-off, and he's driven it past him, but it doesn't matter because there's a mid-off anyway. Ben Charlesworth finding closer to the middle of the bat, but there's rather a lot of personage in that area.
Yes.
James Bracey's not going to have a great deal of time to react if the ball's driven at him. He's standing almost on the second strip away from it. He is standing on the second strip away.
Which will be slippery, won't it? It will be a lot.
It's not ideal, is
No.
it? Turning for a second or something. Chappell to Charlesworth. And this is off the thigh out to mid-wicket. And again, there's no run. You almost never see it work. But I was watching a game between Essex and Worcestershire last year. Famous Worcestershire win at Chelmsford. And there were 3 dismissals in the same session thanks to the short straight mid-off.
Okay.
I think I've never seen 3 dismissals there combined, the number of times that it's been used.
I don't think I've ever seen one live. He's a more conventional mid-wicket now, isn't he, really?
Chappell moving round the wicket to Charlesworth, so he's got licence to target the pads, but instead he bowls outside the off-stump, and Charlesworth doesn't play a shot, so he's still on 77, as he was overnight. Gloucestershire have scored 3 runs in the first 3 overs, but again, it doesn't really matter about the score at this point. It's all about keeping wickets in hand and batting for as much of this day as they can so that it gives them enough runs to defend tomorrow or later today. What can they set Derbyshire? At least Charlesworth's innings, you would think, has ensured that they will bowl again.
Yes, I don't think there's much doubt, is there? Lewis Rees from the City end in and bowls, and that one is chopped away nicely for 4 runs by Bracey. First boundary of the day, out towards point. And he moves to 9, 135 for 3, a bit short, outside the off stump, and Bracey just climbed into it. Nicely done. The first result of the day will come in the second division, certainly at Northampton, where Northamptonshire are 110 for 7, needing a further 150 runs to beat Kent. So it seems unlikely that they're going to do that. Lancashire have now been bowled out for 359. That's a lead of 99 over Middlesex at Lords. As in comes Rees again. That one's on target and defended by Bracey. Straight back to him. Rees picks up and glares at the batter. Glares at him. He likes a glare. Lewis And Leicestershire 427 for 9, leading Glamorgan by 198 at Sophia Gardens.
How many's Chris Wright on now?
Oh, she's still going.
Well, I think, they've just lost the last wicket, but I can't tell who it is. 74 for Chris Wright from number 10.
They 427 all out. Here is Rees again and bowls. That one is pushed into the offside by Bracey, fielded by Anderson. I'm not even going to go down the double S nonsense that you were talking about last night. It's Martin Anderson with 2 S's. I did hear my name. Perked me up. I was just about to nod off.
Oh, it does, doesn't it? You know, never mind how long you've been working in radio, hearing your name over the radio, it's...
Should I be
magnificent.
should I be talking? Here's Rees. In and bowls wide of the off stump. Bracey has nothing to do with it. Quite correctly. The 3 slips are Caleb Jewell, Wayne Madsen and David Lloyd, as they have been for much of the match so far, and I expect them to be for much of the season, injuries permitting, and form, I suppose, but I can't imagine that Jewell or Madsen would ever be left out. I'm not entirely sure David Lloyd would ever be left out either, so they'll be there. As Rees comes in again, bowls, and Bracey again pushes out into the offside. Anderson eagerly runs towards the ball. A smaller crowd often is on a Sunday for whatever reason. I mean, well done for battling your way through the traffic, which seemed perfectly fine when I arrived.
And people battling their way towards having more Championship cricket at the weekend, so they don't come and watch.
But they've got absolutely no idea when they're going to start and finish games. So that's the main issue. Thursdays, Fridays. Rees is in and bowls to Bracey. His hand goes up as Bracey pushes it to Anuj Dal at point. And that's the end of the over.
I'm only being silly. I mean, it's understandable, but as you say, it does happen. Sunday crowds are
they've people have sort of got over. There are a number of factors, from what I can see. People have got out of the habit of going to watch county cricket on a Sunday because it just never happened. And now it's happening again, and people have already started to do other things. And habits have changed in the last 5 years for very obvious reasons. So we're grateful for anybody who comes, and you're all very welcome.
Or if not, you're forced to listen to us. There's Chappell over the wicket to Charlesworth, who defends, clonks it into the ground. And it's picked up by that short straight mid-off, who's back in position because Chappell's moved again to bowl over the wicket. I was imagining as I walked in this morning that I was going to be fighting my way through vast crowds of people who gathered to watch some, was it full marathon or half marathon?
I think it might be a 10K, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I'll look it up.
It's barely worth bothering, is it?
Well.
Chappell in to Charlesworth, who's still defending, and once more David Lloyd fields at short straight mid-off. But no, there was all sorts of talk about, we're going to need to allow a lot of extra time this morning. Even walking in might be very tricky.
Yeah.
But
It wasn't.
I didn't see anything different at all.
No.
There were some lane closure signs out over there. Nobody was paying any attention to those either. Chappell bowls, and Charlesworth again plays very straight. Everything in behind it and defending. Looked too perturbed by the fact that he's yet to open his account for the day.
I think they're only advisory, aren't they, those traffic signs? They certainly were on the M62 when I was driving home on Friday night. The police car saying do not pass, and then cars coming down the outside lane, which clearly had a red cross on it. But he didn't seem to bother, so...
Chappell in, and again Charlesworth defending. This time it goes out into the covers. There's an awful lot of encouragement from behind, especially. The 2 slips rather than the 3, and seemingly just trying to keep the pressure on Charlesworth. There are not many obvious single options available, so saying to him if he wants to get underway, he's going to have to whack it to the boundary, and that draws the error, which is a flat-footed, it was flat-footed, but it was also a crouching cut shot. Wayne Madsen played a couple of those in his innings and had a similar effect to that one. It was an out-of-character shot from what we've seen from Charlesworth so far today.
Dangerous, isn't it? Yeah, it's the Derby 10K. For those interested.
Chapel bowls, and Charlesworth tries to open the face. You can tell the last couple of deliveries he is starting to feel that he would rather like to score a run, but he doesn't get one there either as it goes to backward point. So Chapel completes a maiden, 135 for 3. Chapel 4 maidens in his 11 overs, 1 for 24. And you started to get the feeling quite early on in this innings as Rees opened the bowling and didn't really get much swing, that this might be a different kind of innings. I'm not saying that Rees and Dahl aren't going to take wickets, but it might have to be slightly different to how they got them in the first innings, because there isn't that same sideways movement, but there might be a bit of up and down.
First delivery of a new over from Lewis Rees is defended beautifully by James Bracey up towards Pat Brown at mid-off. Anthony from Hena, as he will always be known, has already emailed. Morning, Anthony. FletcherCricket@gmail.com for anybody who wants to get in touch with us. But as I always say, be nice. T-shirt weather here in the original permanent temporary stand, at the far end of the ground. And only my second match at the county ground in person, says Anthony, as Rees is in again and bowls. That one is a full delivery. There's a big appeal for leg before wicket. It sounded woody, and I thought it might be going down the leg side. But other than that, I think it was a perfectly good shout. And the umpire had nothing to do with it. His first one was Glamorgan last year. I'm saying nothing lest I jinx things here. That was the only time in the last 2 years that Derbyshire won a game in the County Championship. Good to have you with us, Anthony. And Roger has been in touch on the X, if that's what it's called. Fletch Sport, I think it is. Can't remember. Says good morning. And good morning to you, Roger. I'll be back in a minute. Here is Rees in and bowls, and that one is pushed up to mid-off by Bracey, and there's no run. After a 0-point trip to Swansea yesterday, and a bad day all round for Derby and Burton, let's hope Wayne Madsen and the boys can bring home the County Championship points today. Well, I'd be happy if they brought them home tomorrow. Lovely to have the cricket on whilst chefing the roast beef for dinner.
Oh.
Yeah, if there's any spare, Roger, you know where we are. Although I don't know what we're getting today. I don't know what you got yesterday. Was it any good?
It was chicken.
Oh, it's always chicken. Next delivery chicken on day one as well. That one is pushed up by Bracey to mid-on, when it's filled by Harry Kame. Fullish delivery that time from Rees, which almost makes you think it can't possibly be chicken today. Surely to goodness.
I almost hope it is now.
I find chicken with wooden cutlery is something of a challenge.
Did notice that one of the people responsible for the cameras managed to snap theirs trying to cut into it.
Yeah, it's not easy. Here's Rees bowls to Bracey. Lots of oohs and ahs still. We're in the early stages, only 22 minutes into the third day.
At least the chef didn't see it. You know, thinking casting aspersions on the cookery, really, when you're snapping the cutlery trying to cut into it.
Well, half of the reason that I hope it goes into tomorrow is for the burgers, of course. We always have burgers on the final, and they are delicious for those who partake. Did you have couscous yesterday?
No.
Oh, that'll probably be today.
There was more sweet potato, actually, as well.
Always sweet potato, isn't it? What's that about? Here is Rees bowling, and that one is pushed into the offside again by Bracey. Fielded by Anderson, and it brings to an end another over and another maiden over. In fact, we haven't had a run scored since the 4 off the over before last. It's a long time ago. 18 deliveries ago now. So the squeeze is on, but they're not really creating many opportunities, it has to be said.
Northamptonshire are 8 down, 112 for 8. Keith Dudgeon, 5 for 35. Kent.
High hopes for Dudgeon. High Dudgeon, I'd imagine. I don't know. Yeah, not the start that Darren Lehman was looking for. I saw his video where he was very excited about starting at home in front of their own supporters. They might welcome a trip away from home, perhaps.
Here's Chappell into Charlesworth, who's once more blocking away into the onside. Yeah, a lot of coaching changes. I suppose somebody was going to lose their first game. Adam Hollyoake versus Darren Lehman.
The Hollyoake one's interesting, isn't it? Be interesting to see how he goes. With a side that came down, quite often the sides that come down, they do take a season to adjust to life.
Yes.
In Division 2.
Chappell in for defence from Charlesworth, which bounces up towards Lloyd, who misfields at short straight mid-off, halfway across the pitch. Just accidentally misfield it into the rough there. Jack Morley bowling from the far end later on.
I'll get it in a minute, umpire, when it's rolled to the exact spot where I need to put my foot.
Oh, they'll try anything.
It's a disgrace.
Chappell bowls. Well, Charlesworth had a thought about a full-blooded cut shot, actually. He's ended up playing that rather better than I thought he would, given the way that bat came down at the last minute, because he has got a fair amount of bat on it, and it nearly goes down to the boundary at deep third, but it is 3 runs that is just about kept in the field of play. So Charlesworth, 25 minutes in, has now picked up his first runs. It did start to look as if it was bothering him a little bit, so now he's underway. And again, before he'd got his first run in the first innings was the time that he'd looked most vulnerable there. So he's on to 80. Deficit 31. And Chappell has decided it's back to round the wicket for Bracey. He's there now and bowls, and Bracey taps that one to mid-on. And there is no run. Bracey falling just shy of a half century in the first innings. And is I don't know, but I suspect he'll be hoping that it is his only match as captain this season.
Yes.
But
yeah.
we'll see. You know what tends to happen towards the end of the season with Australian players if you're not in contention as well. But it's Chappell bowls, and Bracey on pushes to the fielder at mid-on, who's Pat Brown. But at least he should hopefully know that he'll be getting a break soon. Cameron Bancroft due back for round 2.
Well, Leicestershire's Australian captain, Peter Hanscom, I think he's already made it quite clear that he's leaving after the T20 to prepare for the Australian domestic season. And, that's why they brought Shan Masood in, formerly of this parish.
Chappell bowls. Oh, it's a prodigious in-swinger, and it's bowled him. Bracey's gone. It's an early wicket for Derbyshire within the first half hour. That's what they'd have been after. Only 10 runs added this morning by Gloucestershire. And that's a huge breakthrough, because they would have been hoping, Gloucestershire, that this partnership, Van Buren, Tom Price, it all sort of needs to come off for them if they're going to make a total that really could threaten Derbyshire. And James Bracey, a man who last season scored back-to-back double hundreds, got a big 100 against Derbyshire at Bristol as well. They will know how massive that wicket is. To get it relatively early in the day as well. That was a peach of a delivery from Chappell. I mean, he's not swung much, but all of a sudden that one came back in sharply. It's almost bowled him. Well, we'll have a look again, but it almost looks like it's bowled in middle stump.
Middle stump, absolutely. I'm just going to look at it now from behind. It's just
coming a long way, that.
Beautiful delivery from Zach Chappell, who is understandably thrilled by getting his second wicket of the innings.
It's already one of his wickets of the season, I would imagine. He can't bowl a ball too much better than that left and right arm round the wicket to the left-hander.
It was interesting because at the end of the previous over, I mean, he's doing it now as well, Wayne Madsen, very proactive, had a very long chat with Zach Chappell about something. I mean, clearly, no idea what they were talking about. It's just another long chat. It's good to see that. Wayne Madsen offering his many years of experience to the bowler. Somerset have declared, incidentally, on 670 for 7.
Assumed because Tom Banton was out.
Dismissed for 371, caught by, is it Ken? No, it's not Callum Roderick, he used to play here.
Gareth
Roderick.
former Gloucestershire player.
Reese bowls to Charlesworth. Van Buren at the non-strikers end, 'cause it was the final ball of the over, and it leaves this one alone. Yes, I should have known that, shouldn't I, really? Yeah, Lewis Gregory not out 35, so it meant their lead over Worcestershire was a mere 516 runs. A suggestion possibly that Worcestershire might struggle in their second season in the top flight, but we shall wait and see. Here is Reese again. Bowls to Charlesworth. That's a good piece of fielding off his own bowling as the ball was played off the back foot by the very tall Charlesworth. Left-handed. He is left-handed, of course, Lewis Reese. So that made that stop a little bit easier. If I tried to stop anything with my left hand, anything could happen. Left hand, left foot. The right hand and the right foot aren't that good, to be fair, but the left hand and the left foot, waste of time. I don't know why I've got them, really. As Reese bowls, and that's defended again by Charlesworth, up to a very straight mid-off on this occasion. There are one or two people still in the shade, and I don't really understand. It was bitterly, bitterly cold when I left home this morning, about 2 or 3 degrees in the car. And there are people in the shade on the grandstand to our left and at the back of the permanent temporary stand at the far end.
It was the person sitting in the middle of the demolition stand I just couldn't understand yesterday, and the wind's got to be going right into him.
Reese bowls to Charlesworth, who on the back foot pushes it out into the offside. It's a no ball from Lewis Reese, his third of the match to my certain knowledge. 138 for 4? No, 140 for 4 when that gets added on, I would have thought. Yeah, there we go. So Gloucestershire's trail now by just 29, but only 6 wickets in hand after that. Beautiful delivery from Zach Chappell, accounted for James Bracey for just 9. The kind of numbers, 9 off 39, that suggest you might as well have a go, a bit in the Zach Chappell style. As Reese is in and Charlesworth defends. But he's only 20 away from a century, so I can understand him not having a go. But
Yeah.
if a couple come off like Chappell came off, I don't know.
I suppose for somebody lower down the order, you know, you got to a point where if the top order haven't done the job, and I'm not saying that's why Chappell played the way he did, but I suppose there's a feeling you've got to show that responsibility at the top, isn't there?
Just the way he plays, I think.
Yeah.
As Reese is in again, that one swings away or moves away after pitching and goes through to Brooke Guest, who takes it in front of Caleb Jewell at first slip.
But, well, I mean, Van Buren can play that sort of innings where he just does decide it's time to counter-attack. Again, you just don't know, really. He was 67 off 109 in the first innings, so he batted at a decent tempo, but it wasn't a particularly sort of pugnacious innings.
Reese bowls, and that leading edge out into the offside. He was looking to play that towards mid-wicket, and it ended up at cover. Charlesworth, as the over comes to an end. 140 for 4, trailing by 29 Gloucestershire. Charlesworth on 80. Van Buren yet to face a delivery, which he's about to do now from Zach Chappell. Nice to hear from Balderdash, hoping for another good day for Derbyshire. He says I should mention that I can also be contacted on Blue Sky. Well, I will, but I'll have to go and check what my name is, because I quite frankly have no idea. He also asked what we're having for dinner. Well, we've covered that, Balderdash. I have no idea. You did send this a few moments ago. Well, not that long ago, so you haven't been listening from the start. Where have you been? He's having yakisoba noodles, which I'm almost... Is that how you pronounce it?
Well, I think it'll do. Yeah.
Thank you. He says Banton out for 371, absolutely. What an effort that is on the opening round of matches of the season.
Chappell to Van Buren, who's facing his first ball and tucks it into the onside out to mid-wicket. Kent have beaten Northamptonshire by
already finished,
145 runs. Northamptonshire bowled out for 114, with Keith Dudgeon finishing with 7 for 36. I must admit, I try and keep tabs on cricketers from
I've never heard of
around the world, and Keith Dudgeon was not a name that I knew, but if he's going to keep doing that, then I think we're going to hear a fair amount about him.
Yes.
Chappell bowls, Van Buren tries to cut and jams it into the ground off the toe end of his bat, and it ends up out at gully. Does not miss out on cut shots too often, but got exactly the sort of delivery to get off the mark that he might have wanted, but couldn't put it away.
I'm at Fletch Sport on Blue Sky as well.
Well, that was handy of you, wasn't it,
Yeah.
to give
Yeah.
yourself the same
Well, it should have made it
handle,
easier, really,
but
shouldn't
it obviously didn't work, did it? It would have been better if you give yourself a different one. Chappell runs in and bowls, and the lifting delivery outside off is left alone. It could have been really annoying there and just scuppered people like Fletch trying to keep the handles the same across.
Yes.
You know, well, there's a name for that, but I can't remember what it's called. One of those
People who do
modern
that.
internet terms, where you sort of, you know, you make sure that you grab the.
I think most internet
handle
terms are
and-
reasonably modern.
Well,
aren't they?
it's true. Well, it depends on your definition of modern, doesn't it? Chappell passes the umpire, bowls, and Van Buren inside edges onto his pad. And were it not for that inside edge, there would have been some more finger-raising activity for the umpire, I suspect, because that was homing in on the stumps, full and straight. And whilst Chappell had, I think it was quite a good move, actually, to throw that next one outside the off-stump after Van Buren didn't hit the cut shot, because he could easily have decided to have another go at it. But in general, I suspect that's probably the way that he thinks he might get Van Buren. Not this time, though, as it's guided out to backward point. But it is still a glow slow for Gloucestershire in the early stages. I mean, you know, yes, they want to see off Chappell, but the danger is, as we alluded to, if you don't play any shots at all, then when you do go to play a shot, so often it doesn't work, because just not in that mentality, so far in your own shell. Chappell bowls, targeting the toes of Van Buren. He did turn it aerially, but it falls fairly well short of Harry Kame at mid-wicket. One bounce to him, and another potential scoring delivery which goes by. So a maiden over, 5th of the innings, but was it the 3rd this morning for Chappell? Certainly 2nd. Anyway, 140
Oh,
for
I
4.
can't be able to tell you, 'cause he had 2 maidens going, yeah.
This
3,
is the
well
3rd,
done.
yeah.
What a memory this man has. Middlesex have lost their first wicket against Lancashire in their 2nd innings. They're still 93 behind. They're 6 for 1 at Lords in the title decider. The first of the 2 title deciders. They'll have to win at Old Trafford, of course, then that might make it interesting. If you believe everything you read. I'm not sure how strong Middlesex are personally, but there we are. In comes Rees and bowls to Charlesworth, who just guides that very deliberately down to 3rd man. Chase for Banishdal. The batters go back for a couple, and Charlesworth moves to 82. 142 for 4. Just getting that wicket, though, just before the first half hour had finished, just make sure that everybody's still up and at it, doesn't it? You can imagine if they'd have been kept out for an hour, then heads start to drop, but just a bit of encouragement for the Derbyshire bowlers and fielders, and there's a bit more from Charlesworth, who played a very extravagant looking attempted cut shot. Well, that's the shot that he played, but he missed the ball. So he went over the top of his bat and through to Brooke Guest. Now, if he makes contact with that, the chances are it flies over the slip cordon anyway, but they are very close, aren't they?
Just a fine schnick.
That's
might
what it
end
needed.
up in the
Yeah,
keeper's hands.
That's anything more,
Yeah.
and it's flying to the boundary. But it's a slightly out of character shot from Charlesworth, who this time goes onto the back foot and does what he's been doing best and pushes it out into the offside, where it's fielded by Martin Anderson.
I did mention it at the start of this innings, having seen even Madsen in his 100, as many short and wide balls as he got, and goodness knows he got rather a lot of them, he did miss a few of them too. And if Madsen's missing that sort of shot, then that does indicate that there is, and you could see it, there were some that were going over his bat and some that were going under his bat. It's not the easiest, seemingly, surface to cut and pull on.
Reese's next delivery is defended by Charles with up to mid-off on this occasion. Well, I thought you made a very good point yesterday.
Oh, gosh, really?
Yes, I can't remember when it was, but no, when you said that if you asked Wayne Madsen, and I don't know if anybody did, but whether he ever felt completely in, despite the fact he'd made 100, he'd probably say not really.
It wasn't and that's not to,
no,
yeah,
I know
not, you know, it's not
to
damn it with faint praise or whatever, but it and in some ways it shows the quality of someone that you can score 100 whilst not being totally fluent.
Next delivery, it's cut and it's over the slip cord, and there you go. We knew that was going to happen at some point. He went hard at the ball, it flew over second and sort of in between second and third slip, it appeared from here. I'd have to see that again to prove to myself exactly where it did fly, but my word, he went at it hard, and if you go at it hard, you're likely, and you make a connection, you're likely to prosper, and that's exactly what happened to Charles with, who moves to 86, 146 for 4. I mean, you can't put a fielder where that ball landed. Well, I suppose you
a
could
fly slip, I suppose you could, but nobody ever puts those in.
Well, they don't have third man either anymore, do there? Isn't anybody else? A long leg. Zach Chappell, 3 slips, crouched down alongside Brooke Guest, and Reese bowls to Charlesworth, who plays it straight back to him, and he just tosses the ball away. Lewis Reese denied another maiden. That's been denied another maiden by the 2 off the first ball of the over. 146 for 4. 13 overs, 1 for 37 now. Lewis Reese, not quite as impressive as his first innings figures, but he's bowling nicely. As the new Derbyshire opening bowler, it'd be interesting because Blair Tickner often doesn't take the new ball. So will he take it? I don't know. Or will they leave it to Lewis Reese with just that left hand, like batters, left hand, right hand, left arm, left, I don't know. Interesting.
Chappell to Van Buren, who's forward and doing that thing where you take a couple of quick steps down the pitch and then shout no run, that unless you know that that's likely to happen, could sell you down the river. But although it has to be said that Ben Charlesworth, I don't think was particularly keen anyway to respond to some sort of a quick call. It sort of the look of somebody who was fairly camped at the non-striker's end anyway. Chappell to Van Buren, it's short and wide, and this time he does make contact with it and cuts it away. Not timed it to absolute perfection, but plenty enough to go to the cover point boundary, and the 150 for the innings comes up for Gloucestershire. Van Buren away with a 4. And I would imagine there's rather a lot of times in Van Buren's career, 130 now, first-class matches that he's got off the mark with a cut shot. That's what he's looking for.
Yes.
And it doesn't have to be that short for Van Buren to bring out the cut shot.
He's not that tall, is he?
Chappell bowls way down the leg side, and
Stopped him
Van Buren
playing
can't get close to it.
Stopped him playing the cut
Just
shot that time.
probably what he
didn't he?
shouted to him. He said, "Go on, cut that."
I understand Blair Tickner is on his way, everybody. Central districts have now completed their Plunkett Shield programme.
Oh, I thought you meant as in he was actually on his, I thought you were tracking the flight or something. Or
No,
those flight tracker apps.
No, I'll leave that to Martin Emerson. He tells us where all the aircraft are coming and going.
Chappell bowls, and Van Buren gets another short and wide ball, but that one actually bounced probably too much for him to get on top of, and chunks it out to backward point.
I say he tells us. The words come out of his mouth, but I'm fairly sure nobody's listening. I suppose that is the definition of telling. But yeah, he's on his way. We might see Logan Van Beek next week as well, as he's going to Leicestershire.
Chappell runs in and bowls a full ball, which is driven straight down the ground by Van Buren, just to the offside of straight, and particularly across those advertising mats, the ball doesn't really slow down. I suppose there's no chance for it to bobble and lose pace, so it tends to speed away once it hits that, but it was well timed, and at the second boundary in the over, 154 for 4. And a more typical, again, almost a early innings shot from Van Buren. It's funny, he plays more straight drives at the start of his innings than he seems to later on. Just the way that he gets going. Chappell bowls, and again, it's driven. That was the ball that Chappell tried to get to really swing, I think. He just gave it that little bit extra chance through the air to move, but didn't quite have the same effect as that delivery that he got Bracey with. That was an absolute jaffer. If you've not had a chance to look at it, it's, if you're a Derbyshire supporter or a neutral, it's well worth looking at that, because that was a fantastic delivery.
Derbyshire have now tweeted it.
No run to end the over, 154 for 4, with 86 to Charlesworth, 8 to Van Buren, 15 the deficit, and I have at least seen off the first of the, well, actually, I suppose it wasn't, was it? It's Chappell bowled the first. I've only seen off the second of the opening bowlers, but Chappell might be taking a break now as well. He seems to be putting his jumper on down there and having a drink.
Martin Anderson just going through his bowling action at point, which is where Anuj Dal ordinarily would be if he wasn't bowling, which he's going to. He's currently in conversation with Wayne Madsen. Glamorgan at 10 for 1.
10 for 2.
10 for 2.
Ian Holland is on a hat-trick.
Oh, is he? Oh, you're miles in front of me.
Well, I've got the BBC's scorecard.
It's like the weather. I never believe the BBC's weather either.
Middlesex are 7 for 2 as well.
No, I'm miles behind. I don't know why I'm bothering. I'll leave the scores to you for now.
Could it, well, we'll see. Could it be possible that all the Division 2 games don't see day 4?
We'll be here tomorrow. Possibly. 154 for 4, Gloucestershire. Anuj Dal to bowl the first of his deliveries today, and is driven for 4 by Charlesworth. That actually isn't, because that is a terrific piece of scurrying after the ball by Harry Kame, and he keeps them down to 3.
Oh, it might be 4 still. It probably should be.
Run
Oh,
four,
they haven't run it.
They'd already settled on 3, really, and the ball was missed by Dal as it was thrown in by Kame, and eventually fielded miles away. It looked like 4 off the bat. He mustn't have timed it as well as I imagined. 157 for 4. He moved on to 89. Getting to that marvellous moment where I can just put my feet up soon. Might be about the time we get to the news, actually, which will be handy. Charles was just 11 away from 3 figures. I missed Wayne Madsen's yesterday. No, I didn't even hear it. I think Burton were 2 down, possibly even 3 down by that stage. 157 for 4. Dal over the wicket to Van Buren, who cuts. And cuts well, and that is racing towards the boundary. Morley giving chase. I should have called that 4 earlier. It has reached the boundary.
No, I'm with you. I thought that was timed less well than Charlesworth's.
It wasn't great, was it? But it still had the legs to get there. And Van Buren moves to 12 off just 13 deliveries.
That's probably why Charlesworth had the double teapot on at the far end. He was thinking, well, how come you get 4 for that and I got 3 for mine?
I was convinced. Anderson gave up the chase quite quickly, but Morley gave it everything. In his slightly oversized sweater.
Middlesex are 7 for 3.
Yes, I've got 7 for 3 on Mike. Yeah, that's good.
Trailing by 92.
Dal bowls well wide of the odd stump, and Van Buren has nothing to do with it. Yeah, that could finish very quickly by the look of it. And Jimmy Anderson isn't even playing for Lancashire at the moment, is he? So
Tom Bailey's enough so far, all 3.
We'll just give Lancashire the title now and move on. Congratulations to everybody involved at Old Trafford. It's been a terrific season. Dal bowls, and that's defended into the offside by Van Buren, no run.
Leos Deploy, the latest to go without scoring.
Beautifully said, but I'm not sure that's how you pronounce it.
It's how I pronounce it.
And, a lot of people do. I think he went to, he just wanted a change of scenery, we're told. He never really gave an explanation as to why he left Derbyshire after one season as captain. The reasons may be blatantly obvious.
Just didn't like the blazer.
Well, he borrowed the blazer off Wayne Manson. This one is beaten. Van Buren. Did it move slightly away from him? Did he play down the wrong line? Either way, it wasn't gloved by Guest. Anderson is getting into his warm-ups now. He came the opposite direction to deploy, came up from Middlesex. They had a season together last season, but I don't think Martin Anderson played an awful lot of first-class cricket for Middlesex last season, certainly, or if at all. It's Dahl from the city end bowls to Van Buren. He gets right behind that one and pushes it up to mid-on, where Harry Kame does the fielding and the over comes to an end. 52 gone in the innings. Gloucestershire now just 8 runs behind at 161 for 4. Van Buren has 12. Charlesworth has 89 and will be very focused on his first championship century of the season, and it is indeed Martin Anderson with all his S's to take over the racecourse.
Martin Anderson.
You don't get any idea of how many S's there are in his name when James announces it, do you?
She should tell her to spell out each individual player.
Well, she should say it like Jeppo was saying it yesterday.
Give me an A.
Give
me an N.
On your insistence, and he then called him Anderson.
Well, that's
for the rest of the day.
He asked, "Is it a?" Well, I think he asked, "Is it a Viking name?" But anyway, I'm sure that the Swedes milk the Viking thing for all they can get. But anyway. I hadn't expected him to pronounce it like that for the rest of the day. Is Anderson leaping wide at the crease and bowling well down the leg side? Charlesworth can't get a glance away.
I'm just happy that whoever puts the numbers on names on the backs of the Derbyshire shirts has got it spelt right.
We did have, I'm sure at one point we did have a Martin Anderson chant yesterday.
I did hear that.
I thought that was great.
Yeah, I think that was the lads who were getting behind Wayne Malson with their Wayne Malson masks, wasn't it, on the grandstand?
Anderson bowls, again it's poorly directed down the leg side. Charlesworth does get bat on it this time. There was a fielder at deep square as well as fine leg, so not a great deal of room, and he didn't seem particularly interested in walloping it away, so just picks up one and moves into the 90s. 162 for 2, round 90. This partnership 24 off 33, it's been in contrast to what preceded it, but I think they have had a little bit more in terms of deliveries to put away. There'll be another run here as Van Buren whips it away wide of mid-on, and Rees has to scramble down to his right to keep that down to a single.
We've got Glamorgan 11 for 2.
Got Glamorgan 11 for 2. No, I've got them 56 for 7, actually. No. 12 for 2.
Yes, I got 12 for 2 now. I think we're catching up.
Just hit refresh. Anderson bowls to Charlesworth, who just nudges away round the shin area and turns it to mid-wicket, and there is no run. It is one of those sort of situations with Middlesex especially, dare I say, where you do expect pretty much every time you look at the scorecard to see a wicket falling, because goodness knows they are prone to some batting collapses. Anderson bowls down leg side, good take from Brooke Guest, who I think still has yet to concede a bye in this match, as it threatened to be the sort of delivery that might be one that got away. It's desperately examining, hoping that he's conceded a bye that I've forgotten. I don't think he has.
He hasn't, sadly. Come on.
Say Martin Anderson will have to try harder. In he comes and bowls, and it's towards sort of leg stump, and Charlesworth plays it into the onside defensively. Perhaps were he not so close the landmark, he might have gone back to some of the shots that he was playing yesterday, where he really was trying to take full toll on those balls that were on about leg stump on a length.
Yusuf bin Naeem on drinks duty down below us. Signed his first rookie contract, I think, end of last season, having appeared in the One-Day Cup. Derbyshire without 4 of this squad for the One-Day Cup. Actually, no, 3 of the ones who are playing. Dahl comes in and bowls, and that one is crashed away in front of square for 4 runs by Van Buren.
He timed that one.
He did time that one, because Martin Anderson was no more than 15 yards away from the ball, where the ball crossed the boundary, and didn't get anywhere near it. It was a nice shot. And now Gloucestershire, I think, lead. Yeah, no, they're still 2 behind. I got a bit overexcited.
Does happen a lot with you, doesn't it?
I'm prone to overexcitement, yes. Very much.
Just what people have you down as.
Yes. Lewis Rees polishing the ball for Anders Dahl and having a lengthy chat with him at the top of his mark. 31 runs he's conceded now for his 6 overs and 1 ball on his Dahl, which is not like him really, and that one is pushed out slightly unconvincingly by Van Buren this time to backward point, where it's fielded by Nyman Donald, which means that somebody's off the pitch, and it's Zach Chappell. A cursory glance around will tell us there isn't anybody very tall with no hair out there.
It's always good when the most recognisable person
Yeah.
in the team has gone off.
And I had seen Lewis Rees recently, because he'd been polishing the ball, and they're the 2 who bowled this morning, so it was always going to be him, wasn't it? It was always going to be him. We're losing a slip now. David Lloyd's coming out into a shortish extra cover. Not as straight as he was for Chappell, as this one almost squares Charlesworth up. Threw the shot a bit early as he tried to turn it into the leg side.
I mean, the pitch hasn't really slowed down so much that you're expecting to see. I mean, if it were a bit slower, then that probably has a good chance of looping up to that short extra fielder, but it's not actually that slow.
Dahl is in, and back goes Charlesworth, pushes it up to Kame at mid-off.
Whilst it's slightly variable, and it's a good thing, it's slightly variable in terms of the bounce. Haven't seen so many signs yet that it's really that variable in terms of pace off the pitch. Haven't seen obvious signs yet that it's really stopping in the surface.
Delivery from Dahl is defended by Charlesworth, straight back to the bowler. I heard you and Jeppo talking about the flags yesterday as well. I hadn't really noticed on Friday, on day 1 when I was here. No flags on either end of the members' pavilion. Of course, there can't be one on the left-hand side because the flagpole's not there anymore.
I must admit, I didn't say it, but I was searching to see where the other flag could go.
There used to be a flagpole at either end, but the Derbyshire flag's not there either, which is very disappointing, because Charlesworth defends this next delivery from Dahl up to Kame again. Very straight end of the over. 168 for 4. Charlesworth 90. Van Buren 18. I shall make inquiries as to why we don't have the Derbyshire flag at least. I like to see it home and away. I think it's just a nice tradition, isn't it? And heaven knows there are a precious few of those surviving at the moment. So we need the flag. The flag to the right-hand end is where Derbyshire's flag normally is, which is right next to the chairman's box as well. The doors of which are firmly shut. In fact, there aren't many people apart from the 4,000 camera operatives we appear to have here today.
That's that way.
They're on the left-hand side of the balcony, and then there's virtually nobody on the balcony because, of course, it's in the shade in the morning. So perhaps see some more in this afternoon.
Anderson to Van Buren, 2 slips in the gully. He's a go at that one outside the off stump and makes some charade-type gestures, which I'm assuming had something to do with the fact that he thought that the ball was going to bounce more, but I'm not sure what it was, whether it was a book or a film. But
there are some batters who are obsessed with telling everybody what they've just thought, what they thought the last delivery has done. Wayne Madsen does it an awful lot.
chopped past it. Anyway, Anderson to Van Buren, who plays a sturdy defence out to extra cover. Yeah, I don't know.
Well,
I don't think Van Buren's one who does it
Yeah.
too much, but it's true, and you sort of think, well, have you not just seen that at the non-striker's
I
end?
think it's a and I should ask Wayne, because I'm sure he'd answer, but I think it's almost a reinforcement that they're going, right, that one's done that, and it just keeps it in their mind that the ball might do that. Because no two deliveries are ever really the same,
Visualisation is important.
apparently.
Anderson bowls. This is cut away firmly by Van Buren, but there is a fielder out at deep backward point, and a come on the Shire indicates that Gloucestershire will force Derbyshire to bat again. They are
I don't think there was much doubt that that was going to happen.
level for the loss of 4 wickets. So one more this morning. James Bracey bowled by Zach Chappell, having advanced his score by 6, as Anderson in and clipped through square leg by Charlesworth for a single. He'll move up to 91. Very
They're
enthusiastic.
boisterous now, almost, aren't they?
Oh, yeah.
Almost boisterous.
I think they're back at Edgbaston. 170 for 4. Charlesworth has 91. So, yeah, Bracey just that one wicket so far in the first hour, which is just ticked over. It's Anderson bowls, and Van Buren does, exaggerated fashion, in the end leave it. I thought he maybe left the bat there for a moment, but he swiftly withdrew it. Van Buren, who's passed 7,000 first-class runs in this match with the his 23rd run he scored in the first innings. I'm not going to work out whether it was. And there was enough to see to that sort of mental arithmetic going haywire. This is left by Van Buren to end the over, and Martin Anderson now engaging in some slightly bizarre hand signals as he let that one go. He's not quite found his line and length yet, as Anderson in his first couple of overs, and has allowed Gloucestershire the chance to exactly race away, because they've only scored, I think, 4 off his 2 overs, but just every delivery that goes by, even if it's not producing a run, just extend the innings, get that ball a little bit older. Even Duke's ball, you'd tend to think, as you get towards the 60s and 70s in terms of overs with it, it shouldn't be doing too much. Anuj Dal continuing from the City end, and Charlesworth on drives. Haven't seen too many of those over the latter sort of 2/3 of his innings almost, really, but doesn't pick up a run there either, as it's fielded at mid-on. In the Division 1 games, Sussex have made a bit of progress against Warwickshire, as Charlesworth moves forward to defend, fielded at short mid-wicket. Warwickshire 264 for 5 now, so that's bang on halfway to Sussex's first innings score of 528. Avoiding the follow-on looks to be the main thing for Warwickshire, at least to start with. Century for Rob Yates, but Robinson and Seals have a couple of wickets each. Down the leg side, flicked away by Charlesworth. Work to do round the boundary for Anderson. He won't get there. So Charlesworth to 95. Had a few deliveries down the leg side that haven't really been taken full toll on, but Charlesworth that time got the right amount of bat on it. Moves his score up by 4, 174 for 4. Lead moves on to 5.
Flagpole news as well when we're ready for it.
Oh,
Brace yourselves, everybody. It's come from a very high source.
oh, shall I do the rest of this?
Well, no, I can do it if you want. That one has been driven up to mid-on. The latest delivery from Anuj Dal is fielded by Lewis Rees.
We could both do it at the same
And
time.
yeah, that would be very confusing. Yes, a new flagpole is on order. I think the old one was condemned in the...
Where do you order a flagpole?
The flagpole shop. Yeah, flagpoles are us, I would imagine, are top of that list. They're the ones, if you Google, where do I buy a flagpole, that's the first one that, go on, you try it now, and if it's flagpoles are us, I'd be very surprised. But no, it's good to know. As Dal poles, that one's turned into the leg side by Charlesworth, who moves on to 96, which means that I won't have to commentate on him for the next few minutes. But Van Buren is on strike, so I will continue. 175 for 4.
You're not too far off, actually, with flagpoles are us. I mean, it's a similar
Flagpole Express.
Flagpole Express.
Excellent. I hope they ordered it from there.
Made in Derbyshire.
Absolutely, they're made in Derbyshire, and all power to their elbow.
And other flagpole providers are available.
What do you do? I'm a flagpole maker. This one is guided backward and square on the offside by Van Buren.
You'd get some funny looks if you said that.
Wouldn't you? And the ball is fielded by the substitute fielder, Aaron Donald. It's his last act because Zach Chappell is back. 175 for 4. Van Buren on 19, but Charlesworth will be on strike. He's on 96, not out, and Gloucestershire's lead is now up to 6. So we're moments away from the second century of the match. Dwayne Madsen's in the first innings. It must be colder out there than it looks, because David Lloyd's just called for his long sleeve sweater to put over his sleeveless sweater and is now putting it on. So, I mean, it looks glorious from here, but there aren't too many. We could get that message, didn't we, from Anthony from Hena, saying it was shirt sleeves in the
Perhaps his gardener's
temporary.
south.
No, he's in the permanent.
Oh, sorry, of
temporary
course.
stand.
Yeah, sorry, of course. He's not in Hena, is he? He's in Hena here.
He's merely from it.
Anderson to Charlesworth. This is played into the onside. Out to mid-wicket for no run.
Just a reminder as well, we have got a guest coming in around about 12:30. It's Greg from the Whistle Foundation. He'll fill you in with all the details, of course, but my investigative journalism has already discovered he's Greg Rollison from Whistle Foundation, thanks to Stephen.
Anderson bowls. Charlesworth is struck on the pad, but going way down the leg side, and again, another of those deliveries that probably thinking as you missed it, you want that one back. Van Buren's gone down for a prod in Charlesworth's half of the pitch. I don't know whether he's saying anything to him or not, but it's another one of those where you just love to have the stump mic out there and just turn it up to hear exactly what, I mean, I don't know, what do you say to somebody who is on 96?
Keep going, Stump. Keep going. Don't do anything silly. It's there for you.
Could be a coach.
Yeah.
Anderson bowls. Charlesworth drives. He won't beat mid-off. He tumbles to stop it. Is that Morley down there? Reese.
Yeah.
Of course it is. Morley's at mid-on doing some loosening up.
He is, isn't he?
Charlesworth 97 with that single, 176 for 4. Gloucestershire effectively, if you like to do it this way, 7 for 4. That being the lead. Anderson, steady approach, bowls to Van Buren, who drives pleasantly, but picks out extra cover. There is no run. Fielder at deep point, with as much room as there is out there, even with a drive timed as well as that, has a chance of cutting that off. Can cover quite a lot of ground out there. We have seen a few twos if it has been weighted right in that sort of area as well. But
He's good out there, Pat Brown, as well.
not that you'd be pushing it too hard. Anderson in, edged and caught at second slip. Anderson pitches it up, invites the drive, Van Buren goes for it and gets a thick edge, and that flew through to second slip. That was not an easy catch for Wayne Madsen, but he's pouched it, and Gloucestershire have lost another key wicket in Van Buren. They'd have wanted 2 wickets, I reckon, in at least the first session, and they'd still be fairly happy knowing that they'd got through Gloucestershire's top order, but they've done it within an hour and 10 minutes. Martin Anderson strikes, and Gloucestershire now effectively 7 for 5.
He went out that rather too hard, didn't he, really, Graham Van Buren? It was a very sharp catch. Straight to him, But this time last season, that was one that would have gone down, no question about
You
it.
don't get that many slip catches in this country going at you that quickly.
Incoming batter, Tom Price.
So, yeah, a really good effort from Madsen to hold on to that. I'll get a wicket soon, don't worry. I think I've called about one in the entire match.
Yeah,
It's not about me, though.
Oh,
It's
no.
not about me. They only lead by 7, and they're 5 down. Derbyshire very much in the, what I believe they call the box seats, or whatever they are. I assume they're in the theatre of the boxes, aren't they?
Of course, yeah.
I would imagine, but I don't know.
Rather than a seat that comes out of a box like the one that we've got in the written press box.
It's no longer in the box, but it's in bits
Yes.
now.
Self-assembly swivel chair.
One of our colleagues has got a new chair, but it took 3 hours to take it out of the box. In fact, it took 2 hours looking at it, unable to get into the box, before we managed to find a key to open it
Like
up.
those wonderful family afternoons going to a certain
Yeah.
Swedish self-assembly shop, flat pack shop, whatever you call it.
Well, I think the way forward is to go to one of the many, many charity shops to get your furniture from there, but that's just me.
Tom Price, number 7, and he's facing up to Anderson. Just one delivery remaining in this over, and it's jammed defensively into the covers. So Anderson's first of this innings. Chappell 2, Rees 1, Brown 1.
Anderson's first.
In fact, he didn't get one. I was just
yeah.
trying to remember whether he got one in the first innings or
I
not.
had to check. But his first
Trying
was
to
a
buy myself enough time to look, but didn't quite get there.
permanent Derbyshire player. I've had 2 loan spells here, one at the end of last season and one a couple of years ago. That's the applause he deserves from the supporters down below us. Charlesworth on strike, and we all know what that means. Feet up.
It means single off the first ball, usually.
Well, it did last night, didn't it?
But it so often happens that way.
It was uncanny last night how he was getting off strike
Oh,
towards
yes,
the end of the day's play, wasn't it?
That period, yeah, it was
About
incredibly
6
well
or
managed.
7 overs. He
Yeah.
watched an awful lot of the play last night. Well, James Bracey fended off the bowling. Clever.
Yes, it's been a very mature innings from Ben Charlesworth for many reasons. Anuj Dal, it will be to continue. There's a fine leg slip, as well as a slip, a short mid-wicket, fairly short extra cover. 2 fielders back on the leg side boundary and 1 on the offside. Anuj Dal in and bowls a full ball. Charlesworth drives it firmly, but up to mid-off. He's back fairly deep and fairly straight, so Charlesworth is going to have to leather a straight drive to get it past the mid-off and the mid-on.
I think over the slip's the best way forward here. No third man.
No, there isn't, is there?
Slip and a leg slip.
Just looking down.
The Martin Anderson position, as we like to call it, leg slip. After that catch.
Dahl in and bowls, and Charlesworth defends immaculately back to the bowler.
It was Ollie Price, wasn't it?
Was it? I think it was first ball they put him in.
Just clipped it straight
And
to him,
and
and
it
he
just-
barely, he didn't have to move to catch it. It was remarkable. Wayne Madson's slightly straighter than Anderson appeared to be on the stream that I was watching yesterday.
Yeah, it was much more of a leg gully
Yeah.
than this, which is a leg slip. Anuj Dal runs in and bowls. Charlesworth on the back foot, knocks it out into the offside. It's fielded at cover. There is a sizable gap for him to find a single in, but just couldn't find it there. And I remember Charlesworth's first 100 last year at Grace Road, and delivered a magnificent interview at the end of the day where he was just totally honest about the fact that he was so nervous in the 90s. He just thought, I'm just going to have to charge down the pitch and whack this because there's no other way I'm getting there. Dahl in, and this is worked through the leg side by Charlesworth. He'll take 1. I suspect that's probably going to be it with the speed of Harry Kame out there. So 98 to Charlesworth. 2 deliveries remain in the over, 177.5. The lead is 8.
I've got an email from China.
Oh,
our Chinese listener. Well, Jonathan and Wang Ying in Shenyang in China. I shall read it during the course of this, what remains of this over, if that's okay.
please do. It's because you're over anyway, but never mind.
Oh yeah, well I'll do this one then. Dial bowls to Price, who gets a single, so it's no longer my over. He's off the mark. 178 for 5. The lead is 9. First check-in of the season from northeast China. Weather very much still winter.
That's where Shenyang is, of course. I
Oh,
was
yes.
just trying to think where it.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, it's obvious when you think about it, isn't it? But good to see the ground looking stunning as ever in the Barbados sunshine. Desperately hoping to hear you call a second home win after the drought that we endured prior to that. Yeah, it was a long, long time, wasn't it, before that victory over Morgan last season. Go on.
As dull balls to Charlesworth. Sorry, it's just this is really throwing me. This is played up to mid-on anyway for no run.
It's another of those very fine traditions.
I know. I
don't know why.
was
I
also
don't know why we do it, 'cause-
partly quite pleased with myself because I remember that it used to be called Shenyang. Used to be called Mukden.
Did it?
Mukden. I don't know. Mukden is the old
Oh,
name.
okay. So you did know where it was?
Well, I should have remembered. I forgot where it was,
Well,
but
you
I
should-
anyway.
It's in China.
It's his old name. Well,
Looking forward to another year of highs and lows. Hopefully more highs, but predictably more lows. I'm not so sure. But there's no one else. Oh, that's very kind of you. I can't read that out. Thanks once again to all those involved in putting in the live coverage. It's much appreciated. No, it's nice things. I don't read nice things out. I take them on board and I appreciate them. Greg Watts has been in touch as well. I could do this first ball if you wanted.
yeah, why not?
I'm not bothered.
It's going to be a while because Tom Price has just decided he needs to check his guard again.
Greg says, have you noticed that the BBC website now lists how many dot balls batsmen have faced and balls bowlers have bowled? I hadn't noticed that, Greg, as this next delivery or first delivery of a new over from Anderson is pushed by Price out into the offside, and how many 4s and 6s they've conceded. I bet they're thrilled about that. This is excellent if you enjoy your stats. I mean, I like a stat, incidentally, and as if to force that home. Incidentally, 15 Bens featured in this round of County Championship matches, while 4 Toms are playing in the Somerset Worcestershire game. Here's Anderson bowling to Tom Price, who pushes it out into the offside. And there's no run. Good to hear from you, Greg. I hadn't noticed any of that. I'll check it out at some point, I'm sure.
They do like their Toms at Somerset, especially.
Yes.
Especially in the middle order, one after the other. They come in
Not very imaginative, is it? really?
Abel, Banton, Lowenby. Sure, I miss it. Well, Kohler Cadmore, of course.
Anderson bowls. That one is driven but not timed by Price. And there is no run. And I did notice something about the names in this game, but it's completely gone out. I'm looking at the list of names, and
Other than
it's
my
not-
favourite,
It's not doing
Reggie
anything for me.
Singh Dale.
Yes, sing without the H, which is slightly unfortunate. Here's Anderson, bowls to Price, who clips that nicely through the mid-wicket region, quite a straight mid-wicket. Lewis Rees started to chase it and then realised it was pointless. Price picks up his first boundary, moves on to 5, 182 for 5 now. Gloucestershire leading by 13 runs here.
Quite likes that area.
That was a nice
Tom
shot.
Price
It was a
between mid-on and mid-wicket.
Really nice shot. Really nice shot. Morgan 24 for 3, unless you know better. Against Leicestershire, still trailing by 174 down at Sapphire Gardens.
How many overs after is the 24 for 3?
12.
Okay.
I thought they might have snuck a maiden in there.
Yeah, exactly.
Here's Anderson. 2 balls of his over left. Price gets that off the bottom of the bat into his pad. Hence the excitement out there.
An odd one.
Morley, it was a strange looking shot, wasn't it? Just where it ended up, really. Middlesex still only 3 down, but still 74 behind.
There does seem to be some excitement at Chelmsford this morning.
Is there?
Surrey 167 for 5. Response
yeah.
to Essex is 582 for 6.
400 plus behind. Adrian Morley, he's a rugby league player. Anderson bowls, and that one is defended out into the offside. Jack Morley is going to come on by the look of it. He's, well, if he isn't, he's expending an awful lot of energy. He's already removed his cap as well. That was the final ball of the Martin Anderson over. 4 runs conceded from it. Price has 5. Charlesworth has 98 and will never get a better opportunity of getting his 3rd first-class century. You wouldn't have thought. Well, he will if he's out now and he gets to 99. That will be a better one. Gloucestershire 182 for 5, leading by 13.
Whether we're going to see some of Pat Brown as well before lunch. We tend to like to give everybody some sort of a spell, but
keep them involved.
Yeah, no, it makes sense as well. Spin and pace combination.
Harry Kane is completely stripped off in the middle. The game is ground to a halt. Normally he would go off, put the pads on, the substitute fielder would come on for an over, but now his trousers down and a very fine pair of long underpants. Where you can get those, they look very warm.
Perhaps you can Google that as well.
No,
Long Underpants Express.
Don't do it. They'd be very handy on a cold January evening at Wickham or somewhere like that, wouldn't it? I think. Anyway, he's dressed again now. Well done to the Cames. They brought him up well. Peter will almost certainly be listening if he isn't here.
You always feel like somebody should bring out some of those old-fashioned screens and just
crowd round it.
Yes, I'm sure that would make him feel even better.
He's gone in at short leg anyway. There is a reason that he had his trousers down. I'm delighted to say.
So we've got a slip, a short mid-wicket, a short extra cover, mid-off, fairly deep mid-on, fielder on the 45, and 2 men out square, one on the off and one on the leg on the boundary as this is turned to short mid-wicket. David Lloyd fields. Morley 8 overs. Yesterday was pretty unlucky not to pick up a wicket in the last over, really. Bowls a little bit short. Charlesworth, that's wonderfully fielded. It might not have been the 2 for his 100, but it certainly would have been 99. But David Lloyd down low to his left-hand side, one-handed stop. Thought that was going to get past him. Morley in to Charlesworth. This is flicked towards deep backward square. They'll take one. They're going to think about it. They're going to go for the second run, and they are going to make it. Ben Charlesworth is there. Pumps his fist and will take off his helmet and raise his bat to his teammates, his helmet, and again to the supporters down below us. This has been a really top quality innings from Ben Charlesworth. The only real time he looked under massive threat was when he was on Norton, just sliced one past the cordon, but it's been an innings of real sort of poise, I would say, and it's the first 100 that he's not scored against Leicestershire, so not
a landmark.
Not just Leicestershire that he victimised.
You might have said this, 171 balls, 16 fours. I thought I'd say it again anyway.
No, I didn't say it, so there we go.
Excellent.
I'm sure Jane will say it in a moment, but
I think she's already said
oh,
it.
did she already say it? I
she's
missed it.
already said it. Yeah.
That's where you'd have heard it. Charlesworth plays us back to the bowler for
And
no
you heard
run.
it somewhere.
Somebody would have said it.
It sounded like your voice.
Did it? Okay. I'll tell Jane that later. Four defence
who'll
up
be
the
more-
onside of the pitch for no run.
I don't know who's more insulted.
Anyway, he's as much as a lot has been asked of Charlesworth in this innings so far, as he will take his 101st run here, clipping it through deep square. As much as a lot has been asked of him already, given the fact that he's scored 101 out of the 185 runs. Gloucestershire need yet more from him. He did have that double 100 against Leicestershire last year. You suspect that something similar to that will be needed for Gloucestershire to have a hope of a defendable score. The lead is currently 16 and 185 for 5, the total at the end of Morley's first over.
We get back to normal again now, can't we?
Can.
Martin Anderson is going to continue from the racecourse end. getting this 100 there, of course, means that we can welcome our guest at 12:30-ish without having to say, no, sorry, mate, not yet, not yet. Like Arthur on Morecambe and Wise, one for the kids. Here's Anderson then, bowling to Charlesworth on 101, who drives but doesn't time it, and actually drives it straight to Harry Kame at cover. And there is no run. At Fletch Sport, fletchcricket@gmail.com. All the usual ways. You did have one, but it was very complicated. What was it?
Well, it is at Ed Cricket 6, but I must admit I've not been on there
Stop looking.
a great
yeah,
deal.
Fair enough.
I might pick it up.
Anderson round the wicket, bowls to Charlesworth, who leaves alone outside the. Oh, so I didn't want to leave you out. That was all.
No, that's
Outside
fine.
the
I'm used to
stump.
being left out.
No, well, you shouldn't be. You should stand up for yourself.
It's okay. I quite like being left out, actually. Gives me something to complain about.
Well, yes, there is always that. I find there's plenty. Generally. David Lloyd is moving from short mid-wicket to short cover, extra cover, and Harry Kame has gone out towards the cover boundary as Anderson bowls wide of the off stump, and it's left alone by Charlesworth. I think 2 wickets was the minimum for Derbyshire this morning. They've got those thanks to Zach Chappell and Martin Anderson, but if they could get one more.
You always want one more, don't you?
You
And
always
especially when you've taken the second one at the time that they have done, with still plenty of time left in the session.
Indeed. Still more than 35 minutes to go until lunch, as that one is defended by Charlesworth out into the offside. Derbyshire can play the patience, the waiting game, the patience game, call it what you want. I'm not sure there is such a thing as the patience game. But they can be patient because of that first innings lead that they had, and they now only trail by 16 with 5 top order batters already back in the pavilion. And a lot of time, 5 sessions and half an hour to go in the game as Anderson bowls wide of the off stump and Charlesworth leaves alone. There's a plane to our left. You won't be able to see it fully without moving an awful lot. But the vapor trail is brilliant. Absolutely. It's the only blemish in the sky, really, the vapor trails. Away to our left-hand side. It's a beautiful day, if not a little chilly.
Good day to be in the air.
Is it?
Well, I assume so, with the views.
Anderson bowls, that's left alone outside the off stump by Charlesworth. I'm not a big fan.
No, oh right. Oh
Big
dear.
fan.
Which is it? Is it the landings, the takeoffs, or the whole
The
thing?
whole thing, really. There's not enough leg room. Yeah, I'm not, no. Although when I get to wherever I'm going, I've not been abroad. I've been in a plane once in the last 25 years.
Okay, so it's
Well,
still,
twice.
still propellers.
Twice, because
was
I
it?
came back. It's very good. I came back, so I've been in a plane twice in 25 years, but I'm not, no. It's not normal, is it? So I don't like tunnels. I don't like,
We're discovering a
I don't like-
hidden claustrophobia
I
here.
don't like planes. I don't mind a ferry.
Okay, even in choppy
Yeah,
waters.
yeah, that's not great, is it?
Tom Price waiting for Morley.
Should be in a little hole in the ground.
He bowls round the wicket, and this is punched off the back foot through the offside. Sizable gap there for the ball to go through. Tom Price takes a single, moves on to 6, 186 for 5. He has avoided the pair as Tom Price, which I wasn't going to mention while he was on North.
Quite right.
People get angry. Morley over the wicket to the left-handed Charlesworth. He comes down late on that, but in enough time still to get good wood on it. Back to the bowler it goes.
I probably shouldn't mention that Morley hasn't got a wicket yet then.
Morley is in and bowls, and Charlesworth, big stride forwards. He's a tall man, and
Yes.
he can get a big stride forwards.
I'd heard
He
that.
defends.
I can't remember where I heard it now.
Morley whirls in. Charlesworth down the pitch, hitting it in the air, just straight of mid-off, who had a go at it, but couldn't quite get there, Zach Chappell, and Charlesworth picks up 4. I mean, as I said yesterday, nowadays, with his ability to hit the ball off the spinners coming down the pitch, he can miscue it for 6, so that shows you how poorly he hit that one. And it still just about was straight enough to beat Chappell, but he really didn't get much on it. Right off the toe, I suspect, but still 4 more, 190 for 5. Morley bowls, struck him on the pad, he's gone a long way back and not out, says the umpire. It kind of had very far to go, that ball, because Charlesworth was I mean, his heels can only have been a fraction away from the stumps.
Well, it's on wobbly cam, which makes it trickier.
Okay.
I'm not sure what the umpire's seen there. Big shout.
Morley bowls again. He's coming down, hitting it in the air. He's just about going to clear Chappell this time. He's got the tallest fielder for Derbyshire to try and clear, and he just about hits it well enough again. So 2 boundaries in the over, a very convincing LBW shout turned down. So all of a sudden it's got eventful. They're not just, Charlesworth isn't happy just to sit and block against Morley, but very nearly also perished. He's on to 109 with that, for the lead up to 25.
Yeah, I don't think Jack Morley will be too disappointed, obviously, that he's trying to hit him out of the attack. He'll almost certainly miss Q1 at some point, when you would have thought. It's how many runs he gets in the meantime. The lead's up to 25, and Lewis Rees is coming back, but this time from the racecourse end. Gloucestershire 194 for 5. He's only going to have a couple of slips. Lewis Rees, who already has 1 wicket in this. Of course he does that. My scorecard's not complete because I wasn't here yesterday. He got Miles Hammond led before wicket for 9. Just a couple of practice balls for Rees. Quick look at the other scores in the 2nd division, particularly Middlesex still only 3 down. That's a Glamorgan trailing Leicestershire by 165 and Middlesex trailing Lancashire by 61. Here's Rees into bowl to Price, and he doesn't actually bowl the ball. So that will enable me to pass the headphones to our special guest, Greg Rollison, from the Whistle Foundation. Greg, how are you?
Good afternoon. I'm fine, thank you. How are you?
Nice to meet you.
And
nice
you.
to meet you. We have you here because the club has a sensory room opened in partnership with the Whistle Foundation. I'll ask you about the foundation in just a moment. Obviously, I still have to describe the deliveries as they happen, as Rees is in with 3 slips in place now, and that's left alone outside the off stump by Tom Price. So go on. The sensory room, I understand sensory rooms to a degree. I mean, I'd be happy for you to explain more about sensory rooms themselves, but the Whistle Foundation, in partnership with the Cricket Club, have built one, essentially.
Yeah, so we reached out to Derbyshire and Tom and sort of said, would you be willing to put one in place, essentially, and yeah, we'll come back. Yes,
no, it's going to be one of those conversations, I'm afraid. Greg, as this next delivery from Rees is pushed up to mid-on, no run.
Yeah, so we obviously, like I said, we reached out and had some initial conversations, and Tom and Lily at the time were really open to the idea of being far more inclusive, I suppose, to these children, young people who might struggle with bigger crowds and the like when they come to the cricket. And we sort of said, look, we can help.
Might be a suggestion they'd be okay at championship matches. There's Rees bowls, and that one is dribbles along the floor. I'm joking, of course, through to wicketkeeper Brooke Guest. large crowds. County Championship, there's a decent crowd in today, but I understand the principle. You often see a lot of youngsters, don't you, who struggle with large crowds and lots of noise, and they have the ear defenders on and that kind of thing.
Yeah.
It's an extension of that, presumably.
Yeah, of course, yeah, and obviously we aim to make it a really calming space, and you know, hopefully there's quite a few special guests coming today to come and have a look and look and see what we've done.
Excellent. As Reese is in once again, that was played off the back foot by Price up towards Morley at a wideish mid-off. So what would be in a sensory room? Obviously it's to do with the senses by its name, but what would be in there?
Yes, I mean the first thing is it's nice and dark, nice and calm in space. So if we've got a child having a bit of a sensory overload, for example, with the noise, they can go in, they can calm down. We've got things like bubble tubes, bean bags, different sensory touch and sight, and basically just things that are trying to alleviate that overload for them.
Reese's next delivery is left alone outside the off stump by Price. Has nothing to do with it. It was a very wide delivery, and obviously you don't want to overcrowd it in there. But 2 or 3 youngsters can go in at the same time and just take that opportunity to almost take time out, if you like.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think we've sort of said maximum 4 children in there at a time. You know, yeah, 2, 3 or 4 is probably the ideal. Give them the space to sort of have that space to calm down and get over that sensory overload.
Reese's next delivery is a drive, but not timed by Price. I think that was the final ball of the over. It was 194 for 5. Price has 6. Charlesworth has 109. I imagine there are an awful lot. I mean, big venues now have sensory rooms, but a lot of sports venues now have them as well, don't they? Premier League and league football grounds. I'm fairly sure they've got one at Burton Albion, who I also cover, and that kind of thing. So it's not an unusual thing to have.
No, it's not. But what we found is, and this is representative across football and cricket, in fairness, that a lot of the rooms are there to really tick a box, and people see it as a real big tick box exercise. And what the rooms don't provide is a real proper space to get over that sensory overload. What we want to do with this room here, and what we now want to do moving forward, is to bring a gold standard of sensory rooms and really get people to come and have a look here and go, do you know what, this is something real special and something that we can really implement elsewhere.
Jack Morley begins a new over. This might be a tricky conversation now because the left arm spinner doesn't give you much opportunity to speak in between deliveries. We'll perhaps pick it up properly when Reese returns for his next over. He's bowling to Charlesworth, who defends this ball into the onside. It'll be picked up by David Lloyd at mid-wicket. And there's no run. 194 for 5. Gloucestershire leading by 25 with around about 25 minutes until the lunch interval, which is an important time for the sensory room, because I believe that's the official opening at lunchtime. That was
It is.
into the leg
It
side.
is, yes. We're looking forward to it, and like I said, we've got a lot of special guests coming, I think, as well. So
Excellent. Good. There is Morley again. Now he's gone down the track as Ben Charlesworth, and he hasn't connected properly with that as it slices out square on the offside. It'll be fielded there by Martin Anderson. They go through for a single. Charlesworth moves to 110. It's been a really good innings from Charlesworth, an important innings from Charlesworth from a Gloucestershire perspective, as their lead is just 26 with 5 wickets already down. That brings Tom Price, who's got 6 from 15 onto strike. So Morley to the right-hander comes around the wicket, or at least he will. And he's got his field sorted. He has now, and he bowls to Price, who pushes this one up to David Lloyd, and there's no run. Just the one delivery left in the over, which will make conversation a lot easier. With Greg Rollison from the Whistle Foundation, as this next delivery is pushed straight back to him by Price. The over comes to an end at 195 for 5. Charlesworth 110, Price 6, lead 26. So tell us a bit about the Whistle Foundation then. Is this all that you do? Do you do other stuff as well?
Yes, I mean, our overarching aim as the charity is to bring sport to every child.
So it's a specific sporting.
Yeah, absolutely.
charity,
So we're all born out of football refereeing. The three trustees are all or were football
Wonder
referees.
about the Blacktop.
Yeah, I'm the one that's still refereeing. The other
Excellent.
two have given up the ghost, as it were. But that's where we began. That's our sort of roots. Hence the whistle. Our aim obviously is to bring sport to every child. We've got three aims within that: seeing, believing, and achieving. The sensory room here and all of our sensory projects fall into the seeing category. Achieving would fall into the category of trying to get children achieving within sport, so whether that be playing sport, having access to equipment to be able to play sport, appropriately at the level that they should be able to.
Which begins a new over from the race course end, defended by Charlesworth, and there is no run.
And then the third one is achieving, and within there, that's getting children to play and achieve as much as they can. So it's getting them to play at a standard that they might not have access to. We can pay subs, we can provide them with equipment, for example, give them.
His next delivery is pulled into the leg side and straight to the fielder at mid-wicket, Pat Brown, and that is a very tame way for Ben Charlesworth to go. Not too long before lunch, 20 minutes away from lunch, and Gloucestershire are 195 for 6 now. They lead by 26, but Ben Charlesworth has gone for 110 of 190 deliveries. Terrific innings from him. Really simple catch though for Pat Brown at mid-wicket, and that means that Lewis Rees has his second wicket of the innings. He had now 2 for 37. Let us say Gloucestershire 195 for 6. The lead is just 26. That is a big blow, and this game may well finish today unless the lower order can add some much needed runs. 64.2 overs into the innings, and Gloucestershire, well, that is a big blow struck by Lewis Rees. Whether it's stuck in the pitch a little bit, I'm not entirely sure. Just watching a replay now on the big screen, can't really tell much from that as Zaman Akhtar comes out to bat. But Pat Brown, well, he didn't have to move. Can't really tell from this angle either. He's just got the toe end of the bat, and he knew straight away Ben Charlesworth. Lewis Rees celebrated about 1.5 yards away from him, which isn't exactly cricket, but there we go. But he will be as delighted as the majority of people inside the ground. The Gloucestershire are now 6 down. So whereabouts is it? Is it in the members' pavilion?
Yeah, it's just over there in the far corner, and actually we've got some really nice mirrored vinyl on the French doors. It's got sensory room on the top as well, so when people are over that side, they when they walk past, they know it's there. But hopefully the doors open out onto the patio, and
yes,
the children can come out as they see fit as well.
So is the one with the mirrored glass?
Yeah, the mirrored glass just over there that you can see in the far corner. Yeah. And it's got our logo and Derbyshire's logo on. And yeah, we're really happy with it. It looks fantastic, and like I said, we really want to drive this gold standard of sensory rooms across sport now.
Yeah. Rees bowling to Akhtar, who pushes this one out into the offside. They just picked up wickets at important moments throughout the course of the morning, Derbyshire. It's been quite remarkable. At every half hour, effectively, they've been picking up wickets, and that's why they are on top. So how do people get in touch with the club if they want to take advantage of the sensory room?
Yeah, so I think the club are going to put some comms out for it today, and it'll be a form for them to fill in.
Rees's next delivery to Akhtar, who plays and misses at that one outside the off stump. That wasn't a great shot. It was very much a shot of a new batter. Yeah, so they can get in touch with the club.
Yeah, so I think in conversation with Tom, I think they've sort of done a form that if people are going to come and feel like they may get some benefit from the room, then they can fill that in and they'll be able to access it. You know, we're hoping we don't get a complete rush where we need 20 in the room on the first day, but
No,
you know,
no.
equally it would be nice to have some excitement for it as well.
Absolutely. As Reese bowls, Actor playing with the bat quite away from his body, pushes it out into the offside. Well, obviously it's a great thing because it enables more people to come to the cricket, doesn't it? Because there are some people who would be put off coming to the cricket because they might have to come with somebody who just can't cope.
Yeah, exactly. And you know, and obviously we're hoping, especially when the England women are here in the summer, you know, that and it's a bit busier, and it's certainly the blast games. Yeah. It will be a much more use then.
This ball's to Actor, who defends it straight back to the bowler. And there's no run the end of a successful over for Lewis Rees. 15 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 37 now. Lewis Rees with Gloucestershire, 195 for 6. Price on 6. Actor on 0. Ben Charlesworth, the man out in that over, for 110. A very tame dismissal, sadly. A disappointing end to what had been a terrific innings from Ben Charlesworth. Well, thanks very much for coming and talking to us. I hope it all goes well. You've only got 10 minutes or so to get round there now, so it's, and it's quite a walk, isn't it?
Yeah, I better get on my bike and hopefully be over there when everybody's there.
I'm sure you will be. Well, Greg Rollison from the Whistle Foundation, the new sensory room that has been set up here at the county ground, and hopefully the first of many of its size and stature.
Hopefully so. Yeah, we
put in around the country.
Yeah, we're on a mission to make them accessible everywhere, and hopefully this is the first of many. Like
And
you say.
a localish business, local business.
Yeah, we're Wolverhampton, so close enough.
Close enough. Greg, thanks for coming in.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Thanks
you
for
very
having me
much
on.
indeed.
Cheers.
Greg Rollison from the Whistle Foundation. That sensory room is going to be opened in the pavilion in around about 15 minutes' time or so. So he'll have to jog around the boundary or something on his way there. Jack Morley is continuing his spell from the city end. First ball is clipped into the leg side, and there is no run. He's in again now because it doesn't take long, and that's forced off the back foot by Price up towards mid-on. 195 for 6. One of the 10k runners is running too quickly there. The police are after him. As this next delivery cut by Price out towards Anuj Dal, who's patrolling the cover boundary. And they go through for a single. Price moves to 7. 196 for 6. I wasn't being unfair by suggesting that was a tame dismissal at the end of
no,
the innings. Toe end of the bat, wasn't it?
It was soft, wasn't it? And just, yeah, I thought he summed it up perfectly, really, to end a majestic innings with, unfortunately, the tamest of dismissals.
Very soft indeed. Is Morley again, and that is defended by Actor. Always important. Good to hear from Greg Rollison. The room, incidentally, is Morley is about to bowl the 5th ball of this particular over. Around the wicket, bowls to Actor, who strokes it very elegantly up towards Lewis Rees at mid-off. There is no run. It's in the members' pavilion, that safe space for supporters with sensory issues. And I'm sure it'll get plenty of use in the course of the summer as Morley bowls. A bit more air on that one, and it was fuller as well, and Actor just pushes it out into the offside. End of the over, 196 for 6, but I'm fairly certain it will be used more during the Women's International and during the Blast, and potentially even during the 50 over competition. The crowds were really good for the 50 over competition last season as well. Keep an eye on the Derbyshire County Cricket Club website to see how you can access that should you need to do so. And Derbyshire have got this commitment to making the county ground the most accessible in the country. I mean, it is all on one level for a start, so that aids wheelchair users. They've got the wheelchair bays as well, accessible toilets, the multi-faith room downstairs as well. So they really are coming up on that commitment. There's Lewis Rees and his Ed Seaborn.
Round the wickets to Tom Price. This is dabbed defensively back up the surface. So, well,
It could finish today now, couldn't it?
oh, well, I think it could finish this afternoon. It looks likely that will probably happen. And
I'm glad I got up at 6 this morning.
you never say never, but
No.
for the bottom 4 of Gloucestershire, essentially to outbat the 11 of Derbyshire, that's pretty much what has to happen from this point. This is way down the leg side, and he's just about saved his first bite, as Brooke guessed. It was just off his fingertips as it was swerving down there, and Reese is holding up a hand of apology to his keeper as he's walking back to his mark, but it just got away, but not far enough for them to scamper through.
Leicestershire might win today as well.
It does
More
look
than
as though
4
these
down
things
now.
are winding up. There'll be quite a lot of results today. Somerset may well win today. Reese Bowles is clipped away to mid-wicket for no run.
Could mean the top 2 clashing next week at Grace Road, of course. I don't think anybody expected necessarily that would be the case, given that Middlesex were bowled out with 260 and Lancashire. No, Lancashire will be joint top with Leicestershire, I think, wouldn't they? 359. Oh, in fact, they might be top. I'm talking nonsense now. I'm doing maths in my head. No, because 427 Leicestershire minute. Anyway, carry on.
Thank you. Here comes Reese. Just waiting for it to be completed, really. This is played up to mid-on for no
I
run.
ought to have thought about that particular route before I opened my big mouth. Greg's been on again saying that Ben Charles was going straight into his fantasy team for next week after a couple of seriously classy knocks. He's going to score a mountain of runs this season, says Nick Buxton, not Greg. Nick Buxton, sorry, Nick. If Moore and Tickler are available next game, who would you take out of the team? More on that in a moment.
Reese Bowles full wide, driven in the air, just past extra cover. It was a one-handed effort at extra cover. The ball's holding up as it gets towards the boundary, and
he's hurt his shoulder.
Oh dear, there was a dive to try and keep that
It's
in.
an Aaron Donald, the 12th man.
I don't know that he has kept it in. No, he hasn't. It's been signalled for anyway, so the ball must be resting against the rope, but more concern for the fielder,
I
really.
think there might be a dislocation involved here. He is holding that shoulder, and the fielder's running towards Nye Donald now. He's got to his feet, but he's in a whole heap of trouble there, and this is not good news for an Aaron Donald. Didn't make the game today after a slightly disappointing couple of outings in pre-season, and he's holding his right arm in his left arm in the way that you often see footballers, then they wrap it up in their shirts, don't they? But he's being helped now from the field, having raced to stop that one. Wayne Madsen was quickly across to him, and his very good friend David Lloyd as well, and Nye Donald is now being helped up the steps. We certainly won't be seeing him doing 12-man duties again in this match, and we just hope that we see him sooner rather than later, because that doesn't look great. It's sort of being immobilised as he is led not up the steps but straight to the physio's room, which is to the left of the players' pavilion away to our left-hand side. That is disappointing. Now, the ball didn't reach the rope, but I think it was...
Oh, here we go, yeah. So it's been
runs.
revoked. So the 4 signal's been revoked. My assumption is that the 3 will stand. I think they ran 3 or... Oh, no. No, you now I'm not sure what's going to happen here, because there is an injury, and then it's a dead ball as soon as there's an injury. So how many? It may only have completed 2 before the injury. I think that's what. I think 2's gone on the board.
Price has gone up to 9. And
Tom Price was
11.
standing at that end, so it had to be an even number. So I think they would have run 3, but of course, as soon as there's the injury, that's dead ball. So it's 198 for 6, the lead of 29. Reese bowls an X delivery and an inside edge, saves Tom Price from a loud LBW shout. All 3 slips was quite nice there, actually. They all had their hands behind their heads and similar heights, looked like clones of each other. Under the over.
What you want is one over their ears, one over their eyes, and one over their mouth, and then we've got the perfect shot for David Griffin. But
and it could have been doing the Stuart Broad covering of the mouth and. Oh, yeah.
The surprise. Can't believe he's caught that. Yeah, all right. Calm down. It happens.
We've got 7 minutes until lunch, so can they squeeze just about 3 overs in?
With Morley bowling
Might be
potentially,
close,
because
yeah.
he rattles through them, doesn't he? Especially if he's not been scored off. He's going to be bowling to Zaman Akhtar to start with, and Akhtar goes back and clips that very nicely into the leg side for a single. That's his first run of the 8th time of asking. 199 for 6. Well, as soon as we hear anything about Aaron Donald, we will of course let you know. This next delivery is sent into the leg side by Price on the bounce to short leg, and when I say on the bounce, about 3 yards in front of Harry Kane on the bounce.
He decided he was going to be LBW there as well.
They get very excited cricketers, don't they, on occasions. This one's a little bit quicker and turned into the leg side by Tom Price. It'll be Pat Brown who does the fielding. He's had a career sort of blighted by injury a bit than Aaron Donald. Both knees have been reconstructed, and never joined in the football pre-days play for that very reason. 200 up for Gloucestershire, 200 for 6 with that single, and now Akhtar pushes the ball out backward square on the offside where David Lloyd does the fielding. Looking to see who came on. I assume it's, well, it'll either be Nick Potts or Yusuf bin Naeem. I was going to answer that question as well from Nick, wasn't I? Which I will do. As Morley bowls, that one is driven very pleasantly. There might have been a single there, but they decide against it as it's fielded by Lewis Rees. He was asking, assuming that Blair Tickner's here, which he will be, and Harry Moore is fit, which he might be, who misses out. As the next delivery is bowled by Morley, and it's played straight back to him by Akhtar. It's the end of the over. We have 5 minutes until lunch. Gloucestershire 200 for 6, Price has 10, Akhtar has 1. They lead by 31. Well, I think it's inconceivable that Tickner wouldn't play unless he has some reaction to flying halfway around the world. From what I was told, I'm fairly sure this is what I was told. I should have written it down. Harry Moore won't play next week and wasn't going to because of school. He's coming up to his A-levels, which are reasonably important, I think.
Rees round the wicket, bowls. Price is struck on the pad, but looked as if he'd gone quite a long way across there, maybe outside the line. Whether there was some bat involved either, but I think Rees really was quite as vociferous as others in their appeals. Yeah, I wonder what subjects it is.
I don't know. I should have asked him really, because I have spoken to him about school work.
English lit. Rees bowls full, driven away and stopped up at mid-off for no run. So batting to come, Matt Taylor, DeLanger and Singh Dale. Can Gloucestershire at least scramble up to something over 3 figures? They need another one of those miraculous Tom Price knocks at this point. Here comes Rees, and this is down the leg side, as I think it's just come off pad. Quite a bit of swing there for Rees, but almost too much, as beat Price, but swung too much. He'll get a leg bye down to fine leg. 201 for 6, lead of 32. No, that's all right.
And before somebody points out my stupidity, nobody has to come on to replace an Aaron Donald, of course, because he was the 12th man, and whoever he'd replaced has come back. I'm looking for somebody out there. Everybody's out there now. I don't know who'd gone off. Yeah.
Rees in, and a full toss outside the off stump, which Akhtar drives, but doesn't take any toll of. Picked up at mid-off. I was thinking about the only blessing with that incident is at least it was on that side of the ground,
yes.
So nobody had to help him all the way around the ground, but that's about the only
I think with a called for the
thing you
golf.
could say.
Got a golf cart that they use. That would have been employed potentially.
Reese bowls back of a length and sits up there for Actor to help it away to mid-wicket. He rehearses more of a swatting pull shot, which I suspect, given the fact that there is likely to be just the one more over after this until lunch, he's probably better off not playing that sort of a shot until this afternoon and just seeing things out, really. Reese to complete this over in and bowls, and this is a full delivery which is driven neatly by Actor wide of mid-off, and they'll take a single. So he'll move to 202 for 6 and keep the strike for what I think will be the last over, even though it says 12:59. I think it only just turned there, so the umpires will stroll into position with seconds to spare, and we will get an extra over in.
Very exciting.
That's very important.
And it'll be bowled by David Lloyd
To bowl
no.
for City End,
So it will.
David Lloyd.
from the City End, as you may have heard in the background there. As people start to gather for the opening of the sensory room over at the far side of the ground by the look of it. David Griffin going across to take pictures of the event. Take him long to eat his butties though, does it? So Lloyd to Actor. I might not get to the end of this over, by the way.
Of course.
I might be back before the end of it or not. That indeed is if it's me. Lloyd bowls and Actor turns into the leg side where it's fielded by Harry Kame. And he comes again. This one is pushed into the offside by Actor. Morgan 40 for 4, trailing by 158. Middlesex have recovered somewhat, 74 for 3 now, just 25 behind Lancashire. As Lloyd bowls to Actor, there's no runners, it's pushed into the offside. Kent beat Northamptonshire this morning by 145 runs for the first win of the season. Don't worry, it's the second game next, we'll be all right. Here's Lloyd again, he's thrown that one in down the leg side, horrible delivery.
Really are testing guest out to the best of their abilities.
That was awful.
It's done well to get over there. Well, I suppose it wasn't travelling that quickly, was it? Lloyd bowls. Oh, that's a false shot from Actor there, as he thought he could drive it, and then all of a sudden there was a bit of turn, or whether it just wasn't quite there for the shot, but squirts out to mid-wicket. Last ball of the session, Lloyd to Actor, who plops it back to the bowler, and that is the end of another successful session for Derbyshire, despite the third first-class 100 in the career of Ben Charlesworth, and it was an absolutely magnificent innings, continuing his fine form from the pre-season as well. That has pretty much been the only highlight for Gloucestershire, really, with Bracey dismissed for 9, got a perler from Zach Chappell, in-swinger from round the wicket through the gate for 9, and Graham van Buren swishing at one outside off from Martin Anderson, edging to Madsen, second slip for 19, and really the final killer blow for the morning for Derbyshire, Ben Charlesworth, who pulled Lewis Rees to Pat Brown at mid-wicket for that 110. Gloucestershire really probably could only afford, if it was to be deemed their session, given the fact that they'd already lost those wickets that they had yesterday evening, they probably needed to only lose 1 even this morning. 2 was a blow, given the fact that you were then into the all-rounders, but 3, and they've got a heck of a lot of work to do. 33 is all their lead is, and they've only got 4 wickets left.
To take this game into tomorrow, they're going to have to be batting at tea. There are 66, so that would be 30 overs in the afternoon session until we get to the tea interval. Are Gloucestershire's lower order batters capable of doing that? Well, we'll find out. We'll find out. But at the moment, they lead by 33 at 202 for 6. And we will be back with you for the afternoon session in around about 35 minutes or so's time.
Get this crowd bouncing. Dispatched. Oh my goodness me!
We're back for the afternoon session of the opening county championship match of the season, day 3. That's it. Put those words in a certain order and you'll know where we are. Gloucestershire resuming on 202 for 6. I've just chewed my way through some beef. 202 for 6. Tom Price on 10. Zaman Akhtar on 2. As our screen in here just becomes a television screen showing Pat Brown twice. It means that they lead by 33, Gloucestershire, going into the afternoon session with just those 4 wickets remaining. This game could finish today, might not. You never know. It could go into tomorrow. It might not. That's about as much as I've got, really. It's going to be Pat Brown. I'm Dave Fletcher. Seaborn's next to me, and he's going to do the first over, because I appear to have booked a stream for the next home game, but omitted to book day 4.
Well, it's just so confident, are you, from Derbyshire's display here that a 4th day won't be necessary. Tom Price on 10, Zaman Akhtar on 2. And still the case that Ben Charlesworth has over half the runs of this Gloucestershire innings, dismissed for 110, as Brown almost predictably bowls a bouncer first. I think he's done it every spell. He starts off with a bouncer, but Tom Price ducked underneath it. There's a bit of a periscope up there from Tom Price for a moment, but the ball eludes it. Does tend to like to take on the short ball as Tom Price. There is a fielder at deep square. Tends to try and hit it quite a long way in front of square, but he's going to have a trickier time doing that with the pace of Pat Brown. He's claimed the wicket of his brother, as this is on-driven through a vacant mid-on by Tom Price. There'll be at least 2 here, and it's bobbling out towards the boundary, not losing a great deal of pace, so they'll be able to come back for a 3rd run as Harry Kame has to go into the slide. Relay fielding completed by Zach Chappell. Tom Price to 13, 205 for 6. I noticed they've put that leg gully in straight away, and actually they're keeping it for Zaman Akhtar, so they're not trying to do some sort of brotherly double just purely to annoy Tom Price, hoping that the sheer presence of the leg gully will deliver him flashbacks of what happened to his brother. So no, they're going to go with that for Akhtar 2, and in fact it looks as though they're going to go even more attacking and stick a short leg in. So I mean, this is kind of what you want in a way. You want to see some excitement either way. I think if Gloucestershire just block here, especially in this period leading up to the 2nd new ball, as Brown bowls, and despite the field set for a short ball, it's a full one which Akhtar has to keep out of the front foot. And I'm not saying that they should just have a thrash, but but they need to make sure that the board does keep moving, because there's just no sense in just completely bedding down here. You're not going to draw the match. So in some ways, the only pressure that you can put on Derbyshire here is to get the board moving and hope that you can get it moving quickly and just slightly put them on the back foot. These stumps seem to be incredibly hard to control. As Brown bowls on a length and Akhtar's tall in defence, because they seem to spend about 3 minutes, each umpire at each end, desperately positioning them, and then they've decided it still wasn't right before that delivery.
Well, that's what I was chuckling, because Pat Brown had turned at the top of his mark and was actually making his way in, and spotted that the umpire was actually holding the stumps at the far end. If he'd have bowled that and it had hit them, it would have caused a certain amount of damage, I would have thought.
Well, he's got an attacking field, but the position of directly behind the stumps has yet to be christened with a name. Brown bowls, and this is played on the bounce to short leg, who's relatively deep. I know it's usual to see the short leg deeper for the seam bowler, but he's not feeling particularly suicidal and standing even closer. And it looks like Brown's going to come round the wicket as well. So this really is putting it in Akhtar's mind. He's going to just pepper him with bounces. I assume he's only used up 1 for the over, which was the first ball, so ready for the bluff. toe-crushing Yorker. Last ball of the over. Round the wicket goes Brown and bowls down the leg side, and Hector can't get particularly close to that anyway. So, end of an over, and 3 runs have accrued all to Tom Price, 205 for 6. Some particularly rude noises coming from
Yes, I can only
out on
apologise.
the highway. I don't think it's got anything to do with the beef yet.
Not yet, no. It's only a matter of time, though. Vincent, or as you pronounced it on day one,
Yes.
has been in touch. Good afternoon, Dave and Ed. Listening on the Eurostar from Amsterdam back to Paris. Situation not ideal for Gloucestershire, despite a wonderful ton for Chelmsford, but I hope the match doesn't end before my arrival. I thought we were going to see Zach Chappell over, but we're going to see Jack Morley. Continuing a spell that was interrupted by an over from David Lloyd just before lunch, and he's in bowls to Tom Price, who goes back and then bunts the ball up to mid-on. Incidentally, now that we know about Dave's feelings towards tunnels, planes and ferries, I don't mind ferries. How do you feel about submarines and airships? Not a chance.
Airships.
I don't think there are many airships. This is Morley bowls. That was turned into the leg side by Price, and there's no run. We might be on to something with that claustrophobia idea. He says, nice day to you both. And he liked the interview. I thought it was very nice as well. The interview that we did just before lunch about the new sensory room with Greg Rollison from the Whistle Foundation. He says, as Morley bowls, and I think he's right, as his ball is pushed up to mid-on by Price, it's the kind of content that makes commentaries even more worth listening to. I think it is very kind of him. I think it's right, isn't it, to get people in and talk about various aspects of whichever ground you might be on or whichever team you might be covering. As Morley bowls, that one is turned into the leg side again by Price. This time to mid-wicket, where it's fielded by Caleb Jewell. Sorry, I just struggled for a moment there. I haven't seen Caleb Jewell anywhere other than the slips, I don't think, or indeed batting. The 23 on his back just fooled me for a moment, as Morley's next delivery is a bit slower, and a bit quicker rather, and a bit flatter, and it's an inside edge off Price's bat to backward square leg, where Brown does the feeling. It's always good to hear from anybody, though. Is there anybody out there? As Morley bowls, this one is cut away out towards... that was David Lloyd bowling that over.
It was indeed. Yeah.
Well, you could have corrected
Well,
me 6 deliveries earlier. That was David Lloyd, and I looked because Jack Morley's just
I
fielded
thought it was
that
only a
ball.
matter of time, and you were reading the email out as well, so I thought...
Yeah, no, I made a complete fool of myself yet again.
And I just also couldn't shake the image of you on the Hindenburg.
Well, they've got safer since the Hindenburg. I mean, you know, the Hindenburg was full of hydrogen, wasn't it? They had cigarette lighters on board.
Oh, gosh, of course they did.
Yeah. They were chained in a certain area, apparently, but they had cigarette lighters on the Hindenburg. Of course, it didn't end well.
Smoking wasn't even banned on airlines until later than you think, was
Well,
it?
it was very healthy back in those days.
Goes Brown and bowls and squares up Tom Price as it's ended up at mid-off. Initially, I was looking for the fairly tempting gap on the leg side. There's nobody saving the single between mid-on and that leg gully. But, yeah, I don't know. Do those sort of blimp things you see, but I can't recall really seeing
Dirigibles.
an area. Is that what you call them?
Yeah, I think that's sort of, yeah. No, there aren't many. A member of Iron Maiden is building an enormous one at the moment, as you can imagine.
Brown runs in over the wicket to bowl to Pricey this time. We'll find the gap on the leg side out at mid-wicket. Should be a couple of runs on offer here as the ball is parried out there by Morley. Price to 16.
Sorry, I say at the moment, I'm currently re-watching QI from the very start. I've got to about L or M. And it was in one of those two series that I saw about the one being built by somebody from Iron Maiden, and that was still with Stephen Fry, so it was probably 10 years ago. But it was shaped like a bottom. It was remarkable.
There comes Brown and bowls. This is flicked out to deep square by Tom Price for another run. 209 for 6. The lead is up to 40. does it not have to be a particular shape to be an airship? I suppose it
I don't
doesn't.
think
Well,
so.
I don't know.
In
Just
the
I think
same way
what
that-
was wrong with the sort of the classic?
But balloons are all different shapes now, aren't they? You get
Yeah, I
bottle
suppose,
shapes and stuff
yeah.
like that for advertising purposes.
You know, I'm never in Bristol for the balloon
No, of
festival.
course,
There
yeah.
always seems to be. Well, who knows? Maybe not this year. I don't know what I don't know what date it is. I'll have to check. Maybe it's in August. In comes Brown and bowls. Oh, that's a ball that's dug in. I don't think it absolutely whistled through, but still, it was quite close to Saman Akhtar's gloves as he swayed out the way of it. And all of a sudden, I've no idea how that happened because I was looking away, but the ball seems to be up at a wide long on. Somebody must have delivered an errant throw, and umpire Neil Pratt has decided that this is the opportune moment to go and stand at point. He's having to stare straight through the fielder at short leg.
He didn't alter the stumps on this occasion. I've got a bit more on airships and Iron Maiden for you
Okay.
in a minute.
Oh,
We don't give it all away straight away.
kept in suspense actually,
Yeah.
probably rather like the airship.
Yes, very good.
There's a wide gully as well as a leg gully, a short leg and the slip now as Akhtar drives slightly unconvincingly through mid-wicket, but having said that, the ball actually would go to the boundary if the fielder weren't hearing after it. Jack Morley picks it up, and they've picked up 3, so any way will do, and actually, he must have, well, he obviously did time it far better than I thought initially. So 3 more to the total. Akhtar has 5. The lead moves to 43. I suppose we're going to have to wait to the end of the over now.
I think so.
Furious research going on to my right.
Well, I'm trying to find the one that looks like a bottom.
So it wasn't that one. It's just your mental image of it. Brown bowls and striking him on the pad, convincing appeal, but it's not convinced. Umpire Watts, Tom Price, survives. Didn't come through for a leg bye, which is often an indication that both striker and non-striker was slightly concerned that was going to be given out. I must say my impression from the angle that we're at led me to believe it might be going down, but that's the end of the over, 212 for 6.
If you put the words airship Iron Maiden member and looks like a bottom, you will see the airship that I'm referring to. It's Bruce Dickinson, in actual fact. I should have known it's Bruce Dickinson, once known as Bruce when he was in the band Samson, of course, but the lead singer of Iron Maiden in the early years and now back again. Back in 2022, I think this story's from September 2022, 10 airships commissioned from a company he works with, the Airlander 10 helium-filled airship. Here's David Lloyd bowling, and he beats Akhtar outside the off stump, lunging forward. $600 million deal, and they're going to be used in Spain as soon as next year, it says here. So there we are, airships back.
Hey.
Helium-filled. That one beats Akhtar as well. It isn't taken cleanly by Brooke Guest behind the stumps. I have to concentrate on this over really. I know it's David Lloyd. I've got that bit right this time.
We need hovercrafts to come back as well, actually. They
I
need
don't
to
mind
make
a
more of
hovercraft.
a comeback.
Yeah, this one is guided off an edge. Down towards third man by Akhtar. It's rolling, and it's going to get all the way to the boundary now. Wayne Madsen loses his cap in pursuit. And Jack Morley couldn't get round in time either, so Akhtar moves to 9. 216 for 6, the lead up to 47. Derbyshire can't get frustrated here in any way. They are very firmly in control of this match.
Gloucestershire, you'd think they've got to add another 100 runs, really, before
Minimum.
it would
Yeah,
be a
minimum.
sort of putting it in the mind, at least.
So this next delivery is pushed out into the offside by Akhtar, and they go through for a single. He moves, was it Akhtar?
It was.
Excellent. He moves on to 10, 217 for 6.
And in order to do that, needless to say, most of the batting that remains needs to come off, and they need one of those magic Marchant knocks where everything just comes out of the middle.
The next delivery is defended out into the offside, and there is no run this time. Price on strike. He's got 17, Actor on 10. Partnership already worth 22. The lead 48. 217 for 6. And Lloyd is in again, a flat delivery. Pushed into the onside by Price. And fielded by Caleb Jewell. There is no run. It's the end of the over. They go very quickly. David Lloyd overs with his off spin. Of course, the difference between him and Jack Morley could hardly be more stark. One bowls with his right arm and one bowls with his left arm for a start. Which is quite a big difference, really, isn't it, when you think about it?
Well, I don't know, you might have just looked up and thought there was a reflection in the glass or something, you're seeing it the wrong way around. I mean, the actions aren't dissimilar in reflection, but yeah, anyway. Tom Price did open the batting in the pre-season fixture against Leeds Bradford UCCE, as this is clipped by Actor, starting a new over from Brown. And well, this is another one of those out in the outfield where you've pretty much just got to wear it. It bounces twice and then bounces into Jack Morley, who sort of resembled a Major League Baseball shortstop, just having one of those hard ground balls hit at them, and you've just got to stick the glove there and hope it hits it and sort of parry it. But it was hit very crisply by Zaman Akhtar, but he's only picked up one for it, 218 for 6. Wouldn't have wanted to be at short leg when that flew off his bat. It's a short arm pull from Tom Price, this next delivery, sent down to fine leg, and they'll pick up another single. Got runs in the second innings of that University fixture, Tom Price. And he's actually, I think I'm right in saying he has opened the batting before in a one-day cup game a couple of years back at Edgbaston. It was I think it was a one-game experiment from Dale Benkenstein. I'm pretty sure it was Tom Price who opened with Chris Dent in that one. Anyway, Brown bowling. Oh, that's a nasty one. And
right on the helmet.
Yeah,
he's no idea where the ball went either, has he?
He's been clunked somewhere, but actually maybe it was on the gloves, because
It looked like the helmet from here.
yeah, but he doesn't seem to be calling the physio on, and he was adjusting his gloves, so maybe he just got them just up in front of the helmet. But I'm not sure it's any particularly great place to be hit by a ball like that. That was a real snorter from Brown, rising on Actor all the time. He just fended it off, and well, he seems to be okay and ready to face again. And it's back of a length, bit of a jump from Actor, but I don't blame him. But actually that one didn't have the same bite off the surface. It was almost on his way down as he played that
Right,
one.
I think he got his glove just up in time, and it flew off into the offside, but very unpleasant delivery to have to face from Pat Brown for anybody.
I was going to say, I wasn't sure live whether he'd been able at all to be sure where the ball was going to go. So whether it was one of those that could have gone just about anywhere, whether he somehow got on top of it just about, even if it was with the glove to keep it down. Anyway, he survives. It's not easy out there as Brown bowls round the wicket now to Actor, and it's probably not something that you face a great deal of, with a field set for short pitch bowling and a bowler steaming in at you from round the wicket. And he tried to turn it leg side, but the angle's really taking it to the offside, so it was a bit of a leading edge out into the covers, but he's surviving, and at least he knows that, okay, they might put Zach Chappell on to do a similar thing, but if he can survive a few overs of this barrage, he might have some easier bowling to face in terms of ducking and weaving, which he does there to the last ball, short ball, which he sees early enough and gets underneath. And it's a battling 11 so far from Zaman Akhtar. Tom Price with 18 to his name, 219 for 6. The lead is bang on 50. 24-run partnership so far. I mean, of course, it needs to go a heck of a lot further, but
To start.
it's something, building just something. I mean, at the very least, 20s for the remaining wickets gets Gloucestershire above 3 figures in terms of the target, which isn't much, but shows you the sort of thing that will need to be done as a minimum.
First delivery of a new David Lloyd over. He's driven by Price, but straight to the man at mid-off, who is Zach Chappell. Roger has put, sorry, none going to spare with his beef dinner. He's watching the cricket as well in the background. Excellent to see. That one's wide of the off stump from Lloyd.
So I'm
that.
slightly less
Yorkshire
jealous of the beef now than I was before lunch.
I could still eat one, really. It wasn't just, I used more calories chewing the beef than I got from it. This one is pushed up towards mid-on by Price, and there is no run. Glamorgan are now 5 down, 48 for 5 against Leicestershire. They need another 150 to make Leicestershire bat again. This one's turned into the leg side, slightly unconventionally, but nonetheless effectively by Price for another single. He moves on to 19, 220 for 6.
Yes.
Out there in the distance by Martin Anderson.
An unnamed correspondent
Excellent.
delivered a message including the words glum, glam, gloom.
All right. This one keeps low. Lloyd likes it, and Actor's gone. It did keep very low indeed. He did go back, which didn't help him at all, Actor. But Derbyshire, well, they're homing in now. They're 7 down, Gloucestershire. 220 for 7 as Actor goes LBW to Lloyd for 11.
I mean, it's hard to blame the lower order, really. It is unfortunately slightly symptomatic of what's happened to Gloucestershire with the bat so far in this match, in that the partnership just gets to that stage, and it's just been a fairly steady fall of wickets throughout both innings.
Well, Derbyshire had their fall all at once, didn't they,
They did,
yesterday,
yeah.
rather than going in 2s or 3s. They sort of went
They
in
also
5.
yeah,
But they
also had
it-
the 170-run partnership
Yes,
as well. But yeah,
which is going to prove the difference between the sides effectively, isn't it, really? That gave Derbyshire very much the edge in this match. And if you look at it, well, it didn't keep that low, in fairness. Looking from behind, we didn't have the benefit of that initially. Looking at it, he did go back, though.
yeah.
And once you've gone back, you're in trouble.
I think it hits him on the right leg as well, as the inside of the right leg, and there's really not much doubt about that one.
So the first wicket of... he didn't get one in the first innings, did he, David Lloyd?
No, I don't think so. Did he? I don't think he actually... Did he bowl?
He bowled one over... Oh, that's a good shout, actually. No, he didn't bowl.
He was required.
So he wouldn't have got one. That would have precluded him from getting a wicket, wouldn't it? Not bowling usually does the trick. The lead is 51 with 3 wickets left. I've already phoned and cancelled my reservation for this evening. Next delivery, first delivery to Taylor. He's defended out into the offside. So Matt Taylor, the new batter, that was the last ball of the over as well. And at the end of it, Gloucestershire 220 for 7. Derbyshire striking reasonably early in the afternoon session. No problems with the over rate, which has gone up to +2. Never known anything like it. They're on the brink of beating their first innings score, Gloucestershire, but it might not be enough.
No.
It oughtn't to be enough, but being the Derbyshire commentator, I'll just stick with might not at this relatively early stage on day 3. There are still 60 overs left today, plus the extra half hour, so another 8. So the potential of 68, you'd lose 2. So lots and lots of cricket to be played today. I notice the bandwagon jumpers are arriving in their droves. Jonathan Baker's in the building. It's a colleague from work. It's good that Jono comes down to the cricket.
Tom Price facing up to Pat Brown and gets a full ball, which he defends up to mid-on. He's thought about sprinting one, but there's probably no point really. And actually, at this stage with Brown bowling and likely to be this over and next, unless he's going to grab a couple of wickets, given that the second new ball would be available as well. It's probably, it's not as though he's going to farm the strike, Tom Price, but you probably want him to face a fair bit of Pat Brown here, especially with Taylor new to the crease. In goes Brown and bowls wide outside the off stump. It's knocked away wide of backward point, but they will only get a single for that, thanks to the fast feet of Anuj Dal once again. Tom Price has 20.
Theory out of the window.
Well,
It happens every time, doesn't it? I think this will happen, and the exact opposite generally does.
well, I must say, I don't think he was ever going to farm the strike, but he was probably hoping that was going to go a little bit more towards cover, so he could turn it back for two. So Matt Taylor is in the firing line. It's the same field that Zaman Akhtar had, so the slip in the wide gully, leg gully, short leg. Mid-off and mid-on in pretty close as well, as Taylor reaches for it and hits it right off the bottom of the bat out towards point. And there's no run. Taylor's first-class average just a tick under 14. And he's got a couple of half-centuries to his name. Made one of them at Taunton back in 2021, and 57 not out made on this ground 2 years ago. Is his career best. Brown runs in and bowls down leg side. There was a fairly extravagant attempt to try and whip it away, but ball too far down leg side. So to remember, that was a sort of, well, it turned into a surprisingly good finish, that game, from the position that the final day began in, and Taylor's 50 came as Gloucestershire built a bit of a lead towards the back end of day 3 and into day 4. It's a rather different situation here, battling for every run with a lead of only 52. Brown bowls full, inviting the drive, and Matt Taylor does indeed drive. There's not too much in terms of danger of him not picking up runs if he can get it away, because there are only, in fact, there's only one fielder saving the single in front of square on the offside, and he's in very close, so he's got 4 runs, 125 for 7.
Nicely played. When will Gloucestershire start worrying about their -5?
Well, that's the thing, isn't it? If it's a, I think almost the worst point for the -5 is if the requirement for Derbyshire is about 120. Brown switches to around the wickets, racing in and bowling, trying the Yorker, but it's a low full toss in the end, which is clipped in the air. But if any short leg fielder takes a catch like that, I think it's probably time to shake hands. It's a single out to deep square leg, 226 for 7. And that is the end of the over.
He seemed to bowl that one a long way, from a long way behind the crease as well. Pat Brown, very much
To try and mark what?
very much in the style of Mark Watt, yeah, who surprised the entire world despite having been doing it for years and years and years, when he eventually gets onto the world stage, which he does on a regular basis with Scotland, of course. A couple of seasons here at Derbyshire. Mark Watt. Not sure if they're involved in the current round of. Is there some World Cup qualifiers going on?
There's
some
definitely
description.
some at some point soon in the Netherlands, I think, a T20 World Cup qualifier.
To continue, that's off an edge, and it's down towards the vacant third man area off Taylor's bat. It's going to go all the way for 4, despite the best efforts of Morley. He's down on his haunches, is Lloyd. Wayne Madsen put the dive in, but couldn't reach it. And Taylor moves to 9, 230 for 7.
I think that is 1,000 first-class runs for Matt Taylor.
Oh, lovely.
Which is a bowler who bats is a thing to get to.
1,000 more than me. 230 for 7. They're going to reinforce something now. I assume the slip cord, and as Caleb Jewell comes from mid-wicket, that means Pat Brown will go around to mid-wicket, and the man on the mid-wicket boundary, who looks like Martin Anderson, just goes to sort of backward square leg, and comes Lloyd again and bowls. That was driven, not particularly well timed. Morley will pick up now and turn and throw with his left hand and prevent them from getting back for the second. That was a decent enough piece of fielding from Jack Morley.
Tom Price is looking rather quizzically back towards Matt Taylor. He sort of wants to exchange a bit of a word or a hand signal. I think Price rather fancied too.
231 for 7. This one is a full delivery from Lloyd that's clipped into the leg side. Pat Brown fields nicely initially and then throws the ball away. Has to go and retrieve it, but the batters had already decided that they weren't going to take a run anyway, so...
I don't think Tom Price was even looking at the fielder at that point.
I think he just assumed that Pat Brown would pick it up, but he didn't. It's one of those where you roll over, and as you roll over, you throw it. You don't mean to.
Just needs a sound effect, doesn't it?
Yes. Yeah, we get plenty of those in the T20. I'd hate those ones.
BBC stereophonic workshop, that sort of noise I was thinking of, rather than the that T20.
I absolutely detest that.
That's dreadful, isn't it?
I think it's very insulting. The single was taken there, by the way. I think 232 for 7 as the ball is played out into the offside. I do make my feelings known during the T20 about that. You may be surprised to know Taylor pushes this ball back to Lloyd. I don't like it here. I don't like it anywhere, but I don't like it here when it's done to the opposition. I just think it'd be bigger than that. But they like it apparently. Final ball of the 78th over, and that one's clipped into the leg side by Taylor. Straight to Pat Brown, who doesn't throw it away this time. And it's 232 for 7 at the end of the over, with Price on 21 and Taylor on 10, and Gloucestershire's lead is 63 runs now. Middlesex trail by just 1 run now with 3 wickets down, 98 for 3 at Lord's against Lancashire.
There's a recovery.
They lost their first 3 wickets very quickly indeed, but are sorting themselves out. Glamorgan's still 5 down, but 142 behind Leicestershire down at Sophia Gardens. Yorkshire have just been bowled out in their second innings for 275, so they've set Hampshire 148 to win at whatever the bowl is called these days.
Could be a nervy chase, that, especially as there's no steadying influence of James Vince anymore.
Yes, he's snuggled up in Dubai.
Get a few early wickets going.
Knotts are still batting, I notice, unnecessarily.
Pat Brown might be the last over of his spell. He starts off with a ball way down the leg side, and Tom Price tried to do his best to shovel it round the corner and missed it. Well, then perhaps they're looking to build a lead that they could win by an innings with.
Yeah, 8 down though, so they won't be batting for much longer, you wouldn't have thought. That Essex-Surrey game's interesting. Essex will have to enforce the follow-on if indeed they're in a position to do so, to win that game, I think, won't they?
Yes, I think so. The only good thing about that, well, it's rather a good thing actually, is Tom Price tucks this off his hip out to deep backward square and take a single.
Don't build it up too much.
Well,
How good is it?
Quite worth building up, Simon Harmer.
Well, yes.
I mean, you don't. If you're Essex, you're probably not going to tire too much as an attack, because Harmer's just going to bowl and bowl forever.
With his straight breaks. I've never seen him turn one. He bowled Derbyshire out in the COVID season. We were right behind the bowler's arm. And I don't think he turned one, and he managed to bowl Derbyshire out. Reputationally, I mean, he's devastating.
Oh, there's that, isn't there? There's that
devastating.
part of it for sure. 233 for 7. Brown bowls, and Taylor pokes this one to point. There's no run, but it's also a mark of his skill as a bowler, and also so often the type of spin that you need in this country, because you've got to find a way of taking wickets without turning the ball, because an awful lot of the time it's not going to turn. So
true enough.
Harmer's height, and they do like to make sure that the pitches at Chelmsford have some bounce in for him, and you certainly know what they're doing with the formula in that regard at this point as Brown bowls, and it was Taylor anticipating the ball being dug in perhaps a bit shorter than it was. There was a flinch and then a realisation that actually I can still comfortably get on top of this and roll the wrists on it. So
There'd be a lot of flinching if I was out there.
oh gosh,
Dear, oh dear.
short of short leg, 2 balls possibly to negotiate from Brown for Matt Taylor. Zach Chappell is already pawing the ground at the moment. And goes Brown and bowls, and keeping that down again. Matt Taylor, it doesn't have to be pretty, but it's effective for that delivery. Straight down to safety it goes. It's rather in the manner of a bull about to charge, which I suppose is roughly what he's about to do. Charge into Gloucestershire lower order and hope to finish this innings off. Already played such a key part in the match, Zach Chappell, with that innings with the bat, because it's still those late runs, the 60 odd that he put on with Madsen and then the 40 odd that he put on with Morley, that
It's already a 3-figure lead for Gloucestershire, isn't it? Without
yeah,
them.
it's already a number that
Yeah.
could be pretty tricky in terms of a chase. I'm not saying that you wouldn't still make Derbyshire favourites to chase 160, but then the Gloucestershire innings isn't done yet anyway. Running in his Brown bowls, and perhaps that one didn't quite get up as much as he hoped for. It didn't really get above Matt Taylor's waist in the end, and played it relatively easily into the onside, and that's over number 79 done. So new ball shortly to become available. Gloucestershire 233 for 7.
Adam Blythe with a century has got Yorkshire to that 275 in their second innings. Hampshire just underway in the chase of 148 to win, and he alerted to it by Jonathan Deutsch, who's tweeted, "Superb rearguard ton by Lythe." Well, he's put his Twitter handle, which is Lythe09. Hashtag Yorkshire Grit. Come on, Deutsch, you're better than that. In comes Lloyd and bowls a sharpish delivery that's pushed into the onside by Price, and then he poses the question, do Yorkshire have enough? I'm going to say no.
The favourite is definitely no.
I think, quite frankly, I don't want Yorkshire to come back down, though, as this next delivery is driven nicely by Price, and he's going to get 4 runs for it, because it's beaten Lewis Rees coming across for a wideish mid-on and goes all the way to the boundary. And Price moves on to... Well, we've got a discrepancy here. The big scoreboard says 236. I'm fairly sure it's 237. Price has 26. Tweet messages being sent now by the scorers. They're being operated by different people this year, I think. That one just keeps low, and there are the first byes conceded by Brooke Guest as it scuttles along the ground for 4 of them. You heard it hit the biggest sight screen in the world just down below us. Thudded in. The sight screen is the entire length of this building.
Huge sight screen below, and then
nothing
the
at the other end.
tiniest.
Yeah, nothing at the other
well,
end.
if you can call that a sight screen, the other end.
Yeah, they've just roped off some of that seating, which is why the new stand, which is not yet operational but looks terrific away to our left, will be very useful, because it's 890 seats you can use for every single game. That strikes the pad, and the finger goes up, and Price has gone. The previous ball kept really low. It just scuttled along the floor and was 4 byes, but David Lloyd picks up his second wicket. And Gloucestershire are 241 for 8 now as Price goes for 26. The lead is 72. I can have another look at that. Again, I got the impression it's kept low.
Yeah, I think part of the other thing is that Tom Price does like to play the spinners off the back foot, and does play that shot where he rolls his wrists, so he's quite vulnerable to a ball if it does keep at all low, because not only is he back on his stumps, but also he's got to time that work to leg.
Like it might have been
It's
Might have been missing
pretty
leg.
leg-side-ish, isn't it?
Well, it might have been missing leg.
We
That
can,
one.
we can certainly go as far as pretty leg-side-ish. I think.
I'm surprised they showed it again on the big screen because they don't tend not to show contention. He didn't look massively happy,
I no.
and I'm not entirely surprised. Derbyshire will take it, of course.
I can imagine the umpire would have thought that it just doesn't have very far to go at all because he is so far back on his stumps. But he's struck. What would you say? Struck in front of leg stump. So it's not hitting much of leg stump if it's hitting anything. But there we go. The finger was raised.
Showing it again here, and well, they didn't stop it that time. They have the ability to stop it. If you want to stop it on the stream, that would be great, because I think you'll find it might be angling down leg side. But anyway,
Ajit Singh Dale has come out at number 10 rather than Marchant de Lange.
wonder why. That's not good then, is
Not-
it really,
no,
necessarily?
Didn't seem to be anything wrong with de Lange yesterday evening when I talked to him. It's not my fault.
Well, you finished him
It's
off.
not my fault.
You finished him off, that's what I'm hearing. Next delivery from Lloyd is defended by Singh Dale. There's a rather splendid pied wagtail appears on my stream, but you'll have seen that on your stream about 20 seconds ago, but it was rather splendid when you saw it as well. The next delivery from Lloyd is driven straight back to him, and he kicks it up in the air. He's got good football skills, David Lloyd, but he didn't show them there. And his over comes to an end. He's now bowled 8 overs and got 2 for 22. That's not a bad 8 overs work, really, for David Lloyd. The second new ball is now available. I think there's a very large conference going on here as to whether they should take it or not. Lewis Rees is involved. Harry Kame is there.
We'll get the batters involved as well. Get them in there. What would you rather face?
So, yes, quite. Zach Chappell is there. Brooke Guest is there. In fact, most of them are there. The two people who aren't there are David Lloyd and the man who wears the cap at the top of his head, Jack Morley, who has it in a very jaunty manner. Brooke Guest has now left the scene of the discussion. They have stopped it. Thank you. Could you go back a frame?
What are you, the third umpire all of a sudden? One frame forward, one frame.
I tell you what.
We can go to ball tracking when ready, please, Director.
I'm still not convinced.
No, I don't
there's
think I've ever been
Oxfam,
convinced, to be honest.
No, I'm not massively. Thank you to the chaps in the stream room. Much appreciated. It's always nice when you get them to do something with the stream and it's all your power. I like a bit of power. So Zach Chappell is not going to bowl because he's put his sweater back on. You can take that off the big screen for a start. They've been fooled. Interesting. So they're not going to take the new ball, presumably. I imagine. But, Price faced 60 balls, so full 10 overs for his 26. One of the things that went off the big screen before I had a chance to spot it.
Well, he was
Done
looking
all
pretty
right,
good
I
for his
think. No,
26.
done
You
all
know,
right.
as I say,
Done all
he's
right.
been in good form in the pre-season as well. He'd very much consider himself an all-rounder, and he would have been hoping to have been there to guide the tail through, but.
This is
Here we
an interesting move, isn't it? Chappell's bowled 14 overs, 2 for 35. Morley's bowled 13 overs, 0 for 30. And they decided that the tail enders might have a swish, presumably, and therefore we'll cough up a couple of catches and we can get on with the chase. But interesting.
You haven't got to do too much spin of late, so from the other end. So Morley from the racecourse end to Matt Taylor, who drives to extra cover, and there's no run. Well, anyway, so I haven't heard anything to the idea that de Lange wouldn't come out to bat as going back to cut is Taylor. There is some bounce there, which we actually saw in the 2 overs from Graham van Buren from this end, and I thought that Morley might give this end a try before now. That one bounced over and into the gloves as Taylor, to this next one, reaches forward, gets an inside edge onto his pad, which I think then goes back onto his bat again, and that was bizarre. It was a pinball machine there, and ended up not going too near the stumps. It was just a moment you thought it might. Morley bowls, and this is poked out to point, and there's no run, so he doesn't fancy a smash.
It's how long they can
Yeah.
resist, though, isn't it? As a tail ender, or a late order batsman, I apologise, it's difficult to resist.
Morley in and bowls and guided towards backward point. There is no run. Ajit Singh Dale, I suspect, may be more tempted to have a go than Matt Taylor. Be having flashbacks to his swashbuckling innings at Bristol last year against Essex in the One-Day Cup. This is floated up there by Morley, right up into the block hole and dug out into the onside by Taylor for no run. So that is a maiden, 241 for 8. So no temptation has been succumbed to yet. Lead is 72.
And Martin de Lange has now come down the steps. He's sitting on the balcony. He's the one nearest the steps. I just saw him walk down, fully padded up, so he is going to bat.
I wonder
If he was in the toilet.
whether Singh Dale is, maybe he's had some words and said, I'm tired of being not out at the end of innings. I'm not sure.
That'd be brave.
And he
Means he can't get out.
he does seem to be dropping lower in the order these days as de Lange, but I don't think he's coming at number 11 yet in Gloucestershire colours.
Well, it begins a new over, bowls to Singh Dale, who pushes this one out very pleasantly into the offside. They scamper through for a single as Morley does the fielding at point. They move on to 242 for 8, lead 73, 2 wickets left. Lots of time today and the whole of tomorrow, which is one of the major issues. From a Gloucestershire perspective, tomorrow is Lloyd again, bowls to Taylor, who pushes it back to the bowler.
Perhaps there is nothing more to it than just the fact that the timing was particularly bad from de Lange's
I
perspective.
think he was in the toilet. Lloyd bowls, I'd love to know, to Taylor, who defends this one. Yusuf bin Naeem walks to the bottom of the stairs, the Derbyshire 12th man.
Unfortunately, I suspect whoever I talk to at the end of the day, that question probably isn't going to be one of the ones that
It's
I'll,
a bit flippant,
I'll be
isn't
going
it?
for.
No, it's a bit flippant. Lloyd bowls, quick delivery, and it's turned into the leg side by Taylor. Fielded by the short leg, Harry Kane. It is Yusuf bin Naeem because he doesn't have the sponsor's logo on the front. I think, it certainly doesn't look like it. I can't see it there. Harry Moore can't wear it either, as this one is pushed into the offside. Picked up by Anuj Dal, Taylor on strike. Faced 4 dot balls. This is the final ball of Lloyd's 9th over. Picked up a couple of wickets. And he bowls, and that one is pushed out into the offside by Taylor to Dal. And there is no run. End of the over. 1 run from it off the first delivery. 242 for 8. Lead 73. Singh Dale has 1. Taylor has 10. And they're going to continue with Morley. It's Lewis Rees who is going off. And Yusuf, I'm sure it's Yusuf. Let me check. It is indeed Yusuf bin Naeem who jogs onto the field, number 25 on his back. There it is. He's actually got his own sweater on. He didn't on day 1, I think it was, when he had Nick Potts' sweater on. He's brought his kit with him today. That's good to see. Well done, Yusuf. He's doing a lot of running out there because he went.
Shuttle runs.
He came in close. Then he was told to go to the boundary, or he went to the boundary. Now he's come back in closer.
Morley to Singh Dale, and this is on the ground and turned up to mid-on. Does he fancy one of those clouts over wide long on that we saw in that innings, or is he determined to see this out? Morley in and on the back foot. This is played up the pitch. Morley fielding. No, I'm almost not sure that there's really much point in just sitting in against the spinners, because I know you. At some point they're going to go to the new ball anyway. Morley bowls, dabbed into the onside, no run. Okay, you'd say, well, maybe you'll hit them out of the attack and they'll bring the seamers back. But that's going to happen anyway, so you may as well almost have a go against the type of bowling that if you fancy it a bit more, then try and cash in. This is driven into the ground and Across to his left, scuttles Morley and Fields, but yep, so far it seems as though it's just a matter of trying to force the ball through the field, but it's a pretty old ball. Oh dear, we got now umpires reaching for something in those massive
ball.
pockets. Oh, he's going to take the new ball. I didn't see that coming.
No, I didn't.
He's going to get 2 deliveries with the new ball.
Surprised the umpire, I think. Oh, hang on, it's here somewhere.
Oh, I thought he was reaching for some scissors or something. I thought, well, it's pretty old anyway. There's probably no point in repairing an old ball like that. But anyway, they've decided that the deep backward point needs to go out now that the new ball has been taken. As Morley bowls, and that one stays down on Singdale, but he
ball does
does stay down on it. Well, yes, that's a good sign, isn't it? Bouncing less than the old one. Leg slip in, a slip and a short leg. Morley moves in and bowls, and Singdale defends again. So maiden over from Morley, and Gloucestershire going nowhere here. 1 off 20 this partnership so far.
Chappell's coming back.
I think it's sort of, well, if you're Derbyshire, it's just reached the point where you just want this done with now. So I can see why they gave spin a little bit more of a go, but just
But they
time to
weren't
get
being
your
tempted at
quicker
all,
bowler
as
on.
you
Yeah,
pointed out. They weren't being tempted at all. So let's see how they go against that. It's not Zach Chappell who's coming back. It's Lewis Rees who's obviously going to have to put his bowling boots on, who's coming on from the city. And Rena in South Africa says chasing anything more than 150 will be a nervous challenge. They should be okay. And thanks to Hugh, who's listening as he drives to South Wales for work. Part of his message says he has a unicycle that I can borrow. I'm not sure that's particularly the mode of transport that I would choose, either his. No, it isn't Lewis Rees, is it? Because he's just practicing his run-up. He does that a lot. Fools you into thinking he's coming into bowl when he isn't. I'm not even sure didn't even have the ball in his hand, I don't think.
I was really quite blasé about that yesterday because he was running in. And I just sort of looked up and there he was. I thought, no, it's fine. If he is bowling, then I'm not gonna see it. But that's fine because he can't.
Did he deliver it?
No, he didn't.
That's
But
okay. But he does like a practice run, doesn't he?
He might have got me if I'd not just been dozing anyway.
3 slips in place as the first ball that he bowls to Taylor is pushed up to mid-off. And there is no run. The lead is 73. Doesn't feel like enough. It shouldn't be enough.
The only small crumb is it's probably enough that they can zip through enough overs of spin to do something about the -5.
It could all be a bit unpleasant, couldn't it, really? Unless Derbyshire say, well, all right, we're going to win this, but we'll bat a few back. Next delivery from Rees is pushed up to a very straight mid-on this occasion.
Of course, in some ways, why should they really?
Well, yes.
We're all in the same division here, and there are points that could be taken away from your opposition.
I think 2 years ago they played Leicestershire, Derbyshire. They got into the last half hour.
Oh, well, I remember that.
Yeah, and then the umpires unilaterally, it turned out, said, well, you don't lose 2 overs for the change in the last half hour. This next one is the last hour. Turn into the leg side. Then Derbyshire came out and in the end is faced 2 overs, and rather bizarrely, Haider Ali was at one end and basically defended the balls. They got through 2 overs really quickly, managed to get their run rate issue sorted out, and everybody went off, and it was all entirely unsatisfactory. None more so than the explanation from the match referee, who came to talk to us and then told us he couldn't say anything. And we couldn't record it. In comes Lewis Rees, and that one is pushed up towards mid-off. And there's no run. Taylor remains on 10. Singdale at the non-striker's end has 1. Middlesex have now lost their 4th wicket. They're 113 for 4, leading by 14 at Lord's. That one might go into tomorrow. Seems unlikely at Cardiff, where Glamorgan are 78 for 5. But you never know. as Reese is in again and bowls, and Taylor has a swish down the leg side. There's a half-hearted appeal from a few of the fielders there. Reese not interested at all as it goes down the leg side. He tries to flick it away, but couldn't manage to do so.
The early basement battle, I'm afraid, at Bristol next round, Gloucestershire versus Glamorgan.
Oh, big game.
Glamorgan, no, they didn't actually even pick up maximum bowling points at the moment. They've only got 2 points from that match.
Might be 2 more than Gloucestershire get.
Might be.
Here's Reese bowls. That one is lifted into the leg side. It was aerial off the bat, but not for long enough for Pat Brown to be particularly interested. They've gone through for a single. Taylor moves to 11 with that run off the final ball of the over. Singdale is still on 1. It's 243 for 8 now. Gloucestershire in their second innings leading by 74. And we are going to see Zach Chappell from the racecourse end.
In fact, surprisingly, just looking at that Lancashire-Middlesex game, Middlesex only, even though Lancashire made 359, Middlesex only barely got the second bowling point with 1 ball to spare of the 110 overs. So fair to say they were grinding the runs out, Lancashire, but I suppose it's more what they did towards the end of last year as well.
It's not about entertainment.
No,
lad.
of course
it's not. About
It's just,
entertainment.
well, it worked better for them than than what came before. They seem to be scoring at about 1.7 and over for a lot of the back end of last year.
But when they got promoted, Durham 2 years ago, they were batting at 4.5, 5 and over, and
Gosh, it was
and
carnage.
piling on the runs. Absolutely, and that's how they were winning lots of matches. It's a blueprint.
There's a short straight mid-on, 2 slips as Zach Chappell is in to Taylor, and he's met with a correct forward defence as it goes up to mid-off. Well, yeah. I don't know that there are too many sides who could really replicate what Durham did that particular year. I
think
mean,
you're right.
just needed the specific type of players that they had, and also it kind of helped that they were just better than everybody else in the division. Chappell bowls short and wide and cut by Taylor between the 2 fielders in the ring, as it were, on the offside. They'll take 2, and that will be that. As the throw is hurled in from a few yards inside the boundary. Taylor moves to 13, 245 for 8.
The Glamorgan team has a number of decent enough players in there, isn't it? With Ingram and North East. Kieran Carlson's not bad. Chris Cook lower down the order.
Been together for a very long time.
Well.
Chappell bowls, and a jab from Taylor won't beat mid-off.
Shoaib Bashir, the 7-foot-tall spinner who's on loan from Somerset, did well though, didn't he? 22 overs, 0 for 92. Didn't help their cause particularly.
No,
Tim van der Hoek to go in for 108 off 24
that's
overs.
that's the what I was
Staggering.
You know, Asita Fernando 4 for 71. He's a really quality bowler. Chappell bowls and Taylor drives pleasantly, beats the boot of Chappell, but it's probably a good thing it didn't hit the boot, because apart from, well, Chappell wouldn't have felt it at all, but it might have kicked it away from mid-off actually in the end, who got there to stop it. But yeah, I'm quite looking forward to watching Asita Fernando next week.
But not for long.
Well, he's a really classy bowler. Swings it both
Well, no,
ways.
for a long time you'll be happy to see him bowl, won't you?
Chappell bowls, and that's a lovely shot from Taylor. He's cracked that away off the back foot through extra cover, and again, it's that one particular corner of the ground where it's pretty hard to find the boundary. A sliding effort from Harry Kame, I think that was, has kept it to 3. 16 to Taylor, 248 for 8. And Gloucestershire tormentor Andy Gorvin 4 for 51 with his... Is there anything below medium pace?
No, I know what you mean.
I think he might make Anuj Dal look quick.
He's a proper county bowler, isn't he?
Chappell runs into Singdale down the leg side. One-handed take from Brooke Gueston.
What's he asking for there?
Hey, goes Zach Chappell to Chris Watts.
Gorvin's the kind of cricketer that the ECB don't want to see.
He's
Isn't he?
about 5'7".
They're not interested in that kind of cricketer at all, and he's a
Doesn't get it above 70.
very decent county cricketer. But everything that's wrong with the game in this country, for goodness sake, well, he isn't, clearly. Lewis Rees is going to continue, who I managed to insult at the end of day one.
I thought that was a magnificent question.
I thought the question was valid, but unfortunately the way it was phrased might have left a bit to be desired, suggesting that he wasn't a quick bowler. I don't think he is quick. He's on his way around the wicket now to the right-handed tail. His left armour, of course, bowls, and that one is pushed into the offside, but it's fielded by Lloyd.
I think at one point
Extra cover.
you also said that he bowled with opposite arms, which, you know, we meant opposite arms to Anuj Dal, wasn't it? But for some reason that amused me as well, especially in the same question.
I was in a terrible mess by that point. I mean, he took it in very good
Oh,
spirit.
he did. He was fine about it.
Yeah, and I'd spoken to him at 8:15 in the morning and 7:15 at night as well, so fair play to him for coming out on Friday. He's in again now on bowls. That one is a little bounce to that one, and it's pushed out nicely by Taylor into the offside, fielded by Dahl. Cricketers are cricketers and footballers at below a certain level. I don't mind speaking to. Sometimes it can get a bit tricky. Burton's players are all very decent indeed. Put up with my inane questioning. It was his Lewis Rees. Oh, that one's been driven down the ground. That's going to go for 4. That was over the head of Martin Anderson at mid-on. That was a nice shot from Taylor, a really forceful shot. And he moves on to 20, 250 up for Gloucestershire, 252 for 8. They lead by 83. Nicely done.
Yeah, he does have the ability to hit the ball quite a long way, Matt Taylor. And he didn't try and hit that one into the temporary permanent stand, but it was just a fairly free swing of the arms and popped it over the top.
Well, Rees's response bit, it's a full-length delivery that's driven nicely and fielded well by David Lloyd, left-handed. Extra cover. So it was poor old Kyron Lofthouse's turn to be subjected to the Dave Fletcher post-match questioning last night. Well, yesterday afternoon it was, at Wrexham. They never tell me to shut up. I would. He was a bit downbeat, bless him. As Rees is in again and bowls a swing and a miss from Taylor. Went for the expansive drive. That's what they want him to do.
And I don't blame him for doing it either.
No,
but
absolutely
yes,
not.
Exactly. That's
it. He didn't get very close to that, I don't think.
It was a ball which, especially given the fact that it was one of those that just bounced a bit, it was going to be an extremely hard delivery to try and play that particular shot too.
And that was a candidate for over the 2 slips and down a third man, really. He waits now, just flexes his knees as Rees bowls to him, edged and caught by Wayne Madsen. He'd have been better off playing a much more aggressive shot. That was a tentative prod forward by Taylor, I'm afraid, and he goes for 20. It's now 9 down Gloucestershire. They're 252 for 9. They lead by 83. And while they're tempting him to drive the ball, he didn't drive at that one. He just put his bat there, really, didn't he?
I'm sure he is exactly what I thought as soon as that catch rested in Wayne Madsen's hands. You'd just be wishing, actually, that he had just had a go at it, because it would just, it was not a committed shot. Not a bad innings from Matt Taylor, 20 from 41. The problem is Gloucestershire were in a situation where they needed something extraordinary. But certainly can't say no to a 20 from your number 9 in most situations. And now, Delanger comes out to the middle. But I don't know if this is any of the thinking about him coming in 11, if there is a strategic reason for it, whether they're just thinking cut him loose at 11 and see where it goes, but
But disappointingly, he won't be on strike because that was the final
Of course.
ball of the 86th over. Now Rees has 3 for 45 to go with his first innings at Hall of 6 for 52. So he's on for 10 in the match, which I'm going to now have to look up because I haven't got the first idea whether he's done it before. I imagine that he might have done, but let's have a look.
typical De Lange fashion, he walks out and says hello to about 5 cricketers individually in the Derbyshire side, but of course former teammates with David Lloyd as well, so
Yeah.
particularly
I
wanted to have a
absolutely
chat with
love
him.
him.
He just does this
Absolutely
all,
love
all the time. Zach Chappell running into Singdale. One more wicket to take as Singdale drives an extraordinary shot, which I think he might actually have broken his bat with that.
Did he carry many spares?
It was a drive on the up to a good length ball that made a tinny noise and went for a single wide of mid-off. And then he after having hit it, he motioned as if to break the bat over his knee. Not in anger, I'm sure, that he didn't middle it, but just because that bat might need replacing. 253 for 9. The field scatters with Marchand de Lange facing. We get some fireworks. He crouches and waits as Chappell runs in and bowls to him. And this is blasted back and dropped one-handed by Zach Chappell. I think that was on the full.
I think so.
And Chappell rings out his right hand. He didn't.
He's done well not to damage his hand,
No,
really.
and I was going to say, De Lange didn't middle it, but he certainly hit it hard enough that Chappell couldn't react and get anything more than just the one hand on it. He's done pretty well to get the hand on it. I'd be wishing he didn't. The lead is 84.
Something for me to ask Chappie about at some point. You drop that catch off Martin de Lange.
Chappell bowls. De Lange backs away and spoons the ball in the air, way short of cover. But yeah, the entertainment factor, I think it's fair to say, is going to go up with this last wicket partnership.
Quite sure about that shot, though. And he backed away quite a long way and still decided to play at the ball, which was outside the off stump and therefore a couple of yards away from him when he played this shot.
It was a strange move from De Lange. I mean, normally he tends to stay in line, apart from the front leg being cleared out of the way in the smash, but he's backing away again to Chappell like he doesn't particularly fancy it, and has got off strike. He just nudged it after having backed away, picks up 1 towards point.
Well, Lewis Rees, I can tell you, has never taken 10 wickets in an inning, in a match rather than not in an innings. Not many have. Not many have done that. But 10 wickets in a match. His best figure is 7 for 20. So interesting that he didn't do it in that game. I'm sure I saw it. Can't remember it.
Marchand de Lange is rehearsing about 7 shots in the non-striker's end. I'm not sure how he's going to play them at square leg, but anyway, here's a ball dug into Singdale's ribs, and this is knocked down into the ground. They've taken the short leg out, so that's a comfortable single to move Singdale to 3. 255 for 9, lead of 86. Just 1 ball for De Lange to somehow negotiate. I don't know if he's be running away from this one, or whether this will be the one that he just decides to stand there and swing at, because surely it's coming. Chappell bowls, and this is driven up and over backward point in extraordinary fashion by De Lange. He's going to get 4, and once oh no, it's hit the wire fence, metal fence thing.
And we call them a gate up here, but you
Well,
carry on.
is it a gate? 'Cause
It's a gate.
it's
No, it's a gate.
Oh, it is actually a
It is
gate. It's not
actually,
one of
yeah,
those
yeah.
bits of fencing.
That's where the ambulances would come in,
Right, okay.
if required.
So anyway, I thought it was going to trickle halfway across the car park, but it didn't.
It was disappointing that it didn't. It just hit one of the.
There's something befitting the
Ed's-
shot if it had
Ed's already
gone.
described what it hit.
Befitting the shot if it had gone halfway across the car park. It was an extraordinary shot. He backed away and then just spooned the ball over backward point, and somehow it raced away for 4. The lead is on to 90.
This is Lewis Rees's big opportunity, I think, because I'm not sure these two are going to last an enormous length of time. Singdale and De Lange. It's Singdale on strike, having a long-distance conversation, Madsen and Rees, but Rees is happy. He's going to come around the wicket to Singdale. 259 for 9. Bowls to him, strikes him on the pad. Out, so he's given him. And Lewis Rees has 10 in the match. He'd gone quite a long way down the pitch. I thought it might have hit him outside the line, but the umpire sticks the finger up, and it's 10 wickets in the match for the first time for Lewis Rees. And Gloucestershire are all out for 259. Singdale, the last man to go. Leg before wicket to Lewis Rees for 3. Marchant de Lange, the not-out batsman, on 5. And if they take all the replays off the screen, we'd know exactly what the target was. But they're not going to anytime soon, so you'll have to remind me.
It is 90 something, 91.
Yeah, 90. Well, thank you. 91 to win Derbyshire, and they will be relatively confident, you would have thought, to get it. But you never know. The one thing I think we can guarantee is that the game will finish today. 13 deliveries for his 3. Ajit Singdale, Marchant de Lange, 5 off 4.
I was
all out for 259.
I was just going to look up, because those two, Singdale and de Lange, put on quite a sizable partnership actually in the first innings of the tied game at Cheltenham. And they actually did put on 75 then, so it shows you that it could have come off, but it didn't. And so it is a very simple chase, you would think, for Derbyshire.
It should be straightforward. Well, this is my 10th season. I'm taking nothing for granted. Light roller only, being pushed up and down the pitch by Neil Godrich, the head groundsman. The applause there in the background for Lewis Rees for his 10-wicket haul. So he picked up 6 in the first innings. What did he get? 6 for, if I can find it, 6 for 52. So he's got 10 for 97.
Pretty good effort, 10 for under 100.
Yeah, 10 for 97 in the match. We'll take a short break, because nobody wants to hear us drone on about nothing any more than you have to. And we'll return when Derbyshire begin the chase.
please welcome back the umpires and Gloucestershire team. Opening the batting for Derbyshire, David Lloyd and Caleb Jewell.
Welcome back to the county ground. The midway through the afternoon session, 46 overs remain today. Derbyshire require 91 to win. So I think they're favourites, but I'm saying no more. I refuse to say any more. Caleb Jewell and David Lloyd will open the batting, and just looking back at what happened on day, whatever it was day one, wasn't it, in the evening? They put on 58 in 8.4 overs.
Must have been another flurry after that, because I'm pretty sure there were 80 something after 10.
So there were 13 overs. No, first delivery bowled by, sorry, my fault. First delivery bowled by Taylor, and they're off the mark. Lloyd picks up a single out towards backward square leg. They got to 94 for 2 after 13 overs and 5 balls.
So I mean, I was thinking along the lines of, is this going to be over before tea?
Potentially.
And actually, if they go at that sort of rate with the extra half hour as well, I assume if they, or is it 15 minutes I think it might be 15 they can add on if they think a result is going to happen. I hope we don't have one of those farcical situations like they had at Southampton was it last year. It was 2 runs to win between Notts and Hampshire. Please no.
Taylor from the racecourse then bowls to Jewell, who leaves alone. And the ball goes through to Bracey. They've got 3 slips. Could be more attacking, I suppose, but I don't think runs are really going to be a factor here. It's wickets that Gloucester, well, runs aren't going to be a factor with 90 required. See, that should change to win rather than trail by now. Flaw in the system. In goes Taylor again, and Jewell leaves alone again. It's as many leaves as we've seen in succession from Caleb Jewell in his Derbyshire career, I think.
I notice they've gone with a deep backward point straight away this time after having seen the ball flying in that area repeatedly in the first innings.
Yeah, he eventually got caught down at deep long leg, didn't he? But yeah, the ball did fly away there a lot as they got Derbyshire off to a flying start. The top 3. This next delivery is left alone again by Caleb Jewell to go through to the keeper. Perhaps he wants his tea. He's just getting his eye in. Did well in his first Derbyshire innings, made 61 off just 48 deliveries, got to 50 off 37 with 10 fours. They got to 100 in 16 and a half overs. And that's about their target now. I'll get it. Here's Taylor. It bowls those driven backward of square on the offside, and it goes. They go through for a single.
Blame that on the early season rustiness. I'm not used to having something dangling in front of my face after 6 months. Got to get used to it being there again, the microphone.
Headbutted the microphone. 2 without loss, Derbyshire. Run apiece for Lloyd and Jewell. Final ball of Matt Taylor's first over, the first over of the innings. About to be bowled. Over the wicket he comes and bowls to Lloyd, who's beaten. Rather squared up by that one. He missed it by about a yard, but it just squared him up a touch. And Derbyshire are 2 without loss. There's little jeopardy at this stage. There may be 2 or 3 wickets, and against a team who, quite frankly, aren't used to winning. 1 win in the last 2 seasons in the County Championship. Victory over Glamorgan last season. Their only win in the last 2 seasons.
To bowl from the City end, Tom Price.
The irony being, of course, that they won a game last season and finished bottom, and they didn't win any games the season before, and there were at least 2 sides below them in the table.
Yes, because Gloucestershire were bottom that year.
How were they?
Tom Price to bowl from the City end, so no spin yet, as over the wicket comes Tom Price, and Jewell plays this defensively towards point. The over 8 is -5. We've pointed it out enough times, but it's there on the scoreboard now. So
a worry.
It's brought into sharp relief, and well, again with only 88 runs to play with, can probably only give this a short go with the seam bowlers. As Price bowls and Jewell clips this one away towards mid-wicket, and Hammond can't quite get there. I don't think it would have mattered anyway because they were coming through for the one anyway. Jewell moves on to 2-3 without loss, unless they have just taken the attitude of, well, not coming away with much anyway, but you'd have thought, given the magnitude of the minus, that they would want to do something about it at least. You could sort of see it building up as well, and the umpires do, I think, do a job of keeping the fielding side updated as to what they have to do. So they will have been given a number here as Tom Price bowls, flicked aerially by Lloyd down towards long leg, and Ajit Singh Dale is positioned there to limit the scoring to 1-4 without loss. So they will have been given a number for how many overs they'll have to bowl. You know, they'll say, let's say this goes for an hour, and probably be told how many overs they have to bowl in that hour to get it back to level. So there's something to work towards. And they do have Graham van Buren, who doesn't come in off too many paces, I suppose could send a few overs down. Ollie Price as well. But it's Tom Price for now. This is cut away in the air, but short and wide of Chris Dent, who's fielding at cover point. And it's another boundary for Caleb Jewell in that area we saw in the first innings, that you just can't give him room to free those arms and that length as well. He's just happy to rock onto the back foot and crash it away. 8 without loss.
12 fours in his first innings. One already this time round.
Certainly already hurrying in. Tom Price bowls. Oh, that stays low and just about misses the stumps. When you've just been camped on the back foot ready for the next ball to cut, as he was for a lot of the first innings, that one being a fair bit fuller. And yeah, it would have been interesting to see this pitch on day 4, because we've seen quite a bit of particularly low bounce today, which has been the undoing of several. 8 for no wicket, Price to Jewell, and this is turned down to fine leg. There, Ajit Singh Dale, who's been doing fine leg to fine leg. Another right hand, left hand. Picks it up, 7 runs from the over. And Derbyshire already 9 runs into their chase with 82 more to win.
They ought to get it done by tea. Still, I'd say that, no, they oughtn't to get it done by tea. Because there's only 12 overs until tea.
12 plus maybe another 4.
Yeah. Even at 4 and over, and still some distance away. I think the umpires would take them off personally. Let everybody enjoy the early summer sunshine for a bit longer. Here's Matt Taylor on his way in, bowls, and that one is played off the back foot by Jewell out towards the point boundary. They go through for a single as it's fielded down there by Zaman Akhtar.
Particularly with lunch, they often seem to take the attitude of, well, we've got to be here to eat our lunch anyway, so we might as well go out and play some cricket after it.
Marchant Delanga just stretching out at mid-off. That's him clapping. It's Taylor to Lloyd. He's on 2. And it leaves this one alone outside the off stump to go through to Bracey. Down to 2 slips now. I'm not entirely sure that's wise, really. Runs are immaterial, aren't they? I know you can't just leave vast acreage for opening batters, but at least try to put them under a bit of pressure. Which I'm sure they are. Trying, that is. They're not actually putting them under pressure. In comes Taylor again and bowls, and that one is flicked away. It might have been pad. It is pad because the umpire's already got the pre-signal out, but it's gone down to fine leg for 4 leg byes. Derbyshire 14 without loss.
I think if the target had been even let's say 130, 140, you might have just about entertained that possibility of, well, they've not won a great deal recently, just enough for there maybe to be some nerves, but in double figures, it's not going to be any nerves at
really.
all.
Next delivery is left alone by Lloyd. That one just comes back a touch at him, but it's wide enough of the off stump for him to leave it alone. Morgan are now 6 down. They need a further 81 to make Leicestershire bat for a second time. They're 117 for 6, so we can pretty much safely say that Leicestershire will win that game. You would have thought, unless there's a remarkable transformation in Glamorgan's fortunes at Sophia Gardens. Middlesex 4 down, leading Lancashire by 38. Taylor's in, and that one is turned into the leg side. That one was on target, which is why they got very excited about it. It was played comfortably enough into the leg side. And there is no run. The question posed earlier by Jonathan Doidge, would 148 be enough for Yorkshire? Having set Hampshire that to win, the answer is probably no. 45 without loss. Hampshire need a further 103. And goes Taylor again and bowls. That one is pushed, and they're going through for a quick single here. They're going to get it. Dent comes in to pick the ball up and picks it up nicely, but it already got through for the single end of the over. Lloyd moves on to 3. Jewell has 8. Derbyshire 15 without loss. They need 76 more to win. The game at Chelmsford is, you would have thought, potentially heading towards a draw, but then again, they still trail by 314, sorry, so they're 7 down. But they would have to enforce the follow-on. You'd expect Essex there. Worcestershire, well, they fell in a heap in the first innings. They're 157 for 4 in their second, but trail by 359. Oh dear.
Absurd numbers, really, isn't it? There are 3 slips for Tom Price bowling to Lloyd, who lets that one go. Wide outside off.
Knots are still batting. And Warwickshire trailed Sussex by 102. They're 426 for 6. Kent won earlier today, if you hadn't heard, by 145 runs against Darren Lehman's Northamptonshire, who are the next visitors here a week on Friday.
Yeah, and as mentioned, for Gloucestershire, it's Glamorgan, and I'll come back to that as Tom Price bowls a short ball. It's pulled aerially, dismissively in front of square, out towards mid-wicket, and bounces a few times and goes over the rope. So,
well, I lost
another
it,
boundary.
But it's gone a long way in front of the square. That's probably why I lost it. That is a long, long way in front of the square. This cameraman lost it as well. Look. Who's on the camera? Let's have a look. I'm not blaming them. That was a tricky one.
Tom Price running in, bowling. Down the pitch is Lloyd, edging, and he's caught at second slip by Ollie Price. So Tom Price and Ollie Price, for the second time in the match, combine for a wicket. And Derbyshire have lost their first at 19. 72 runs required, but still Gloucestershire can, I suppose, from the actual bowler's point of view, doesn't really matter in terms of the end tally. When the wicket comes, the wicket's still a wicket, and it was a nice bit of bowling from Tom Price. He's removed David Lloyd in both innings. Lloyd goes for 7, and understandably not an enormous amount of celebration from the Gloucestershire players. In fact, I'm not even sure Tom Price celebrated at all. He's always a fairly muted celebrator of his wickets anyway. When he claimed his hat-trick at New Road on the same day as he'd scored the 100, just about managed a sort of a finger waggle, but it didn't really do too much, considering I suppose he didn't know at the time that nobody had ever done it on the same day before, but you would have thought that you'd have had some sort of an idea of how special that feat might have, exactly, sort of a victory lap might have been in order. But no, this time, understandable, very much so, why there was, I think, pretty much no celebration at all. And turned tail and walked back towards his mark, having got the wicket. But at least that might make Ollie Price feel a little better after his travails in the first innings. and Harry Kame is out at number 3.
83 in the first innings for Kame.
Take another Tom Price hat-trick for any nerves to start jangling, I think, really, as he bowls, and that's left by Kame. Coming back in towards him, it's Tom Price's natural movement, really. He's more of an in-swing bowler than an away-swing bowler, which is a lot of the reasons why he is particularly tricky on those right-handers. Particularly the modern technique is especially vulnerable to that
Or indeed
in-swing.
lack thereof.
Here comes Tom Price. He bowls, and this is jabbed towards point, just knocking the ball into the ground. As Harry Kame, picked up by Actor. So I suppose that wicket means that Gloucestershire have probably got to keep the seamers going for a bit longer.
Yeah.
They're surely not going to make up all of the 5. That would be quite remarkable with only 72 runs to play with even now. Tom Price bowls tight to the stump, strikes Kame on the pad. It looks high and leg side-ish, and umpire Neil Pratt says no, and then signals leg by as they scurry through. So 20 for 1 at the end of over number 4. Tom Price actually hasn't bowled a maiden in this match, but he does have respectable figures now combined of 4 for 69, which I'm sure we would have taken at the start of the match, but fortunately it's not going to be one that's going to be looked back on with a great deal of fondness by many Gloucestershire players. In fact, well, despite the fact I think Marshall DeLange bowled magnificently in the first innings, I think it's only Ben Charlesworth who will really remember this match for any length of time, and I suspect he'll be hoping there are rather more centuries to remember even than that one in his career come the end of it, as terrific an innings as it was.
Taylor begins a new over from the racecourse, and ball pushed out into the offside by Kame, and there is no run. Derbyshire last won their opening game of the season in the County Championship in 2019. Game finished on the 8th of April. I don't know what the date is today, so...
6th.
All right, that's the earliest they've
Oh,
won.
there we go.
There we
It's
go.
slipped back even further now.
No, I'm not bothered about that. In that game, in their first innings, batting first, as Taylor is in again and bowls. That one is clipped nicely by Kame out towards the mid-wicket boundary. There is a fielder down there who has to cope with the bounce, it's Actor, of the ball across the outfield. He does really well. And they come back for a second. They lost Lewis Rees and Wayne Madsen in the first over to Chris Rushworth, and were 0 for 2. Went on to win the game by 125 runs.
That just woke them up.
Well, Tom Lace went soon after, 27 for 3. Billy Godleman out, 36 for 4. They still won it. No idea how. Here's Taylor in and bowls. That one is a late decision to leave by Harry Kame. It might have gone past the edge of his bat before he decided to leave it. I'm not 100% convinced either way. Logan Van Beek played for Derbyshire in that game. But Lewis Rees picked up 5 for 47 in the first innings. So obviously didn't get 5 in the second. He got 1 for 21 in the second. Damage done by Matt Critchley to a large degree. And Ravi Rampal, as Taylor is in and bowls, that's left alone outside the off stump. And there's no run. I was just trying to work out how many players playing in this match played in that match. And the answer would be 3. Lewis Rees, Wayne Madsen and Anuj Dal. Rampal, Palladino, Van Beek, Critchley, Hughes, who's now retired. Tom Lacey was here on loan, but I think he's retired now as well, and Billy Godleman. It's because he was at Gloucestershire, wasn't he? This next delivery is off an edge of Harry Kame's bat. It's gone down to the vacant third man area. It is being chased down by Graham Van Buren, who gets there and keeps them down to a couple. Good effort from him. Kame moves to 4. 24 for 167. More runs required to win. And 9 overs after this delivery until tea. I think we'll have tea. incredible turnover of players, isn't there, in professional sport in general, really. In comes Taylor again. That one is played out, but the ball was leaving him by Harry Kane. It goes through to Bracey. It's the end of the over. 5 gone, 24 for 1. Derbyshire with Jewel on 8, Kane on 4. They need 67 more runs to win.
I suppose also at times you'll have one group that stays together for quite a while. I mean, thinking of
It's usually the
Gloucestershire
successful
and
teams, isn't it?
well, yeah, or I suppose if you happen to have a crop of younger
Yes.
players that just came through at exactly the same time.
Derbyshire have never had a crop of players coming through while I've been here.
Tom Price is in to bowl to Jewel, and that one might have been another one of those that didn't bounce a great deal, but Jewel gets down and is able to keep it out fairly comfortably. I was actually just going to have a look and see how many, just to compare it, how many Gloucestershire players there were playing in the fixture between these sides in that same year.
Yeah.
I remember that Bracey got 100 in a sort of an agreed, I think it was a sort of an agreed chase. Tom Price bowls, this is flashed away, he's just stepped into that drive Jewel and crunched it through the covers for 4 runs. Slightly over-pitched from Tom Price, but the way he put it away,
It won't take him long to become a favourite, will it?
no, just a handsome shot. 28 for 1. Jewel has 12 from 12.
I can already see Mickey Arthur's beaming smile on the end of play video in my mind.
Yeah, so there's a few more Gloucestershire players in comparison. As Price bowls, and that's a waft from Jewel as he goes for a big carving back foot drive through the offside and misses it. And this may be one of those things that he's going to nick a few like that. There are a few. I'm trying to think of something like a Sean Marsh, for example, who played a lot of shots through that area, but you know that they're also, at some point, they are going to nick a few to the slips. But
The average will be quite good,
exactly,
though, won't it?
yeah.
Yeah.
It's well worth still doing it because they're going to score a lot of runs that way. Tom Price in, and on leg stump, it's turned through deep mid-wicket. They might want 2 here. They are going to take on Zaman Akhtar. And the score will tick on to 30 for 1, 61 required. James Bracey and Chris Dent were opening the batting in that game in 2019, and Gareth Roderick was keeping wicket, but Miles Hammond, Ben Charlesworth was playing as well, and actually, in fact, that's it. So there's 4.
It just seems quite a big. I mean, no, it's 6 years ago, but it just seems a large turnover, doesn't it?
There's a few more who are still on the books for Gloucestershire as Price bowls, and he tried a repeat dose of that crunching drive to Jewel, and this time didn't really time it, and Dent got some sort of a hand on it to save more than a single.
Didn't sound
chase
very
after
nice,
it.
that,
No.
did it?
32 for 1. But yeah, Tom Smith, Jack Taylor, David Payne, Josh Shaw, all on Gloucestershire's books, but a few of those now retired from Red Bull cricket, and Josh Shaw wasn't part of the squad for this match. In fact, sorry, he was part of the squad, he just wasn't selected in the final 11, if I remember rightly. I'm forgetting he was picked in the squad now. Last delivery is blocked back to the bowl. It doesn't really matter a
It was
huge
4
amount.
days-
It was a few days ago now, and all that really matters is the 11 that's playing. 31 for 1 after 6 overs. Derbyshire requiring 60 more. Still no change in the bowling.
Calm down, Ant. His promotion on the cards. Question about perfect opening fixture. Well, yes, it has been a good opening game. They didn't get promoted in 2019 when they won their first game of the season, though, so I think we should just stick at that. Matt Taylor to continue from the racecourse, and his 4th over, bowling to Caleb Jewell, who goes back and punches this out towards the point boundary. Akhtar is out there, and they're going to come back for the second as well, and that's really good running as the ball is a pretty good throw from Actor, but excellent running. Caleb Jewell picks up another 2 runs and moves on to 17, 33 for 1, 58 to win. You won't want to be out here, Caleb Jewell, which will give him a terrific head start in the averages race, if indeed it is a race. He's waiting now, the left-hander, and drives down the ground for 4. Beautiful shot. There is a man at mid-off. It's Singdale, but it was about 4 yards to his left, and by the time he even thought about moving, it had gone past him. That's a glorious shot. Jewell moves to 21, 37 for 1. I think we're going to enjoy ourselves this summer. Us and Caleb Jewell. That's the impression I'm getting.
Is it a 1-year
Yeah.
deal initial? Well, who
Yeah.
knows? You never know nowadays, but
Just for the
Whether it was
but for the whole
multi-year,
season,
yeah.
which is excellent.
It is.
I like that. He turns this one up to mid-on. It's fielded by Marchant de Lange.
so if he has a similar, I mean, it won't be the same because he bats differently, but if he has a similar effect to Bancroft's arrival last year, and Bancroft's, as we I think maybe alluded to before, he had such a noticeable effect on the top order, and I think
Yes.
was responsible for what was a far better early season performance in terms of the batting last year.
Waits now Jewell and just plays this one back to Taylor, who threatens to roll the ball towards the stumps. I believe they've been warned, not Gloucestershire specifically, but everybody in the county championship, that there is to be no throwing the ball back towards the batter unless there is a definite chance of a run out. You're going to get 2 points if you do it and you're reported. So it's well worth holding on to the ball if you're a bowler. Taylor's in again, and that one is clipped into the leg side nicely. There's a chase on here. I say chase, it's Marchant de Lange. He's now into top speed. It takes a while to get there, but once he gets there, he chases down the ball, and Jewell has come back for a 3rd. I know how he feels. It just takes a little bit of time to get into his running, but once he's in his running, I think it takes some stopping. Jewell moves on to 24 from 20 deliveries. There is one more ball left in the over, I beg your pardon. Derbyshire to 40 for 1. They need a further 51 to win. I'm going to add 1 to that, not take 1 off. 51 to win. It's on the board as well. Can't be that tricky, can it? It's Harry Kane to face the final ball of Taylor's over, and he leaves it alone to go through to the keeper. And after 7 overs, Derbyshire already 40 for 1. 24 to Jewell, 4 to Kane, the man out. Lloyd for 7. They need 51 more runs to win. We're nominally 7 overs away. They'd have to go 7 over to get to the 32 overs, but then, like you said, they might get another 4 overs as an opportunity to try and get over the finish line before we go off.
Right, this is
And here comes
this is the anticipated move that had to come at some point to try and charge through some overs. So they've given it 7 overs. They've given, well, it's not quite halfway, but they've given it 50 to win with 9 wickets in hand, and I don't think we're going to see any more seam bowled from this point on.
This could end quite quickly, couldn't it? Or you could get overexcited, Caleb. I'm not sure if he's a man prone to overexcitement. He didn't sound massively overexcitable when I spoke to him. That might just have been because it was me speaking to him, of course. And he was a bit wary of this big, tall, useless bloke asking him stupid questions the day after he'd arrived in the country. But
There we go with Van Buren, and Jewell will take 1 as this is turned down to long on. 41 for 1.
the thing about an overseas, and I'm sure Bancroft to a degree found it when he first came to the country, certainly, is that you're now facing bowlers who you've never faced before. So it will take you a wee while to get used to everybody's bowling and that kind of thing.
Round the wicket, Van Buren to Harry Kane. Oh, and it's gone underneath Matt Taylor. Makes a motion as if to say, what would you want me to do with that? Well, it's on one of those pitch ends, but there we go. 2 more runs to the total.
I think he just caught his fingertips as well, by the way, he's wringing out his left hand. And there were the Gloucestershire fans down below us who gave him the bird.
Buren to Kame for defence. Bracey will come out to field, and we'll see quite a lot of this. Goes
The
immediately
last
back to the
thing we
bowler.
want is for them to get the ball to the boundary away from a fielder.
Exactly.
Of course.
Well, yeah,
Defeats the object.
a bit of fielding has cost them a few seconds. That's more like what they need. As Kane plays it into the ground back to Van Buren, who's been selected even ahead of Ollie Price as far as the speed that he can get through this, and that's left alone, chucked straight back to Van Buren. He's in and bowled. No, he's not quite. Just,
It feels like that.
yeah. Next delivery, for real this time. Let go. So that's an over that has conceded 3, and we may have to, well, we don't have to, but
It's an
it
over.
would be interesting to see how long that took, because Van Buren can definitely bowl an over in under a minute.
It's an over we'll never get back, isn't it? Price has taken his sweater, incidentally, so we're going to see
Ollie Price.
So it's rapid overs at both ends time, sadly. Understandably, given that the over rate was -5 at the start, but it means that Derbyshire are going to win this game sooner rather than later. Although they might want to just stretch it out a bit. Gloucestershire, of course. Caleb Jewell on strike then, as Ollie Price is in and bowls to him, and he gets a leading edge on that out into the offside. He'll pick up a single. It's quite a nice piece of fielding, actually, sort of crawling by Tom Price away to his left-hand side. Jewell moves to 26 off 22, 44 for 147 to win. Price wastes precious seconds by moving a fielder. And Kame's ready. Price bowls to him, and that one just kept a bit low. He played it off the back foot out into the leg side. Price runs back to his mark. It's not in any way undignified, this, by the way. He's in again now and bowls to Kame, who plays a nicer, better looking shot to Actor, who throws it back to Price, and he's back at his top of his mark already. We don't get much time to breathe here.
No.
Price is on his way in once more. He's got a slip in place, and that strikes the part. Big appeal. He's down on one knee, Ollie Price, but the umpire says no. Did it get an inside edge?
Might have done.
I wonder.
It's true that Ollie Price was particularly imploring in his appeal compared to, say, keeper and slip, but that might just be because it was his wicket.
Well, yes, there is that too. As he bowls now to Kame, who takes a step or two down the track and pushes it out towards Chris Dent in the offside. And there's no run. M5 should be all right at this time of day on a Sunday. That one has been
Is it ever?
pushed down the ground by Harry Kame, who rather disappointingly from a spectator's point of view, but not his, of course, and he did bat very well in the first innings. Pinches the strike. He moves on to 7. Jewell, he's on 26. Derbyshire 45 for 1, 46 to win. 5 overs until tea. I think they're having the chat now, the umpires, because it's 9 and over they're required to finish it off by the time they get to 32 overs, I think. I'm usually good at them in 5 times and 9 times table. I'm all right with them. It's 8s and 7s and 6s that I'm not very good at.
Van Buren to bowl with a characteristic grunt as it's defended by Harry Kame into the onside. He certainly doesn't look like a man, Harry Kame, who's in any particular rush.
No.
Seems to be happy to play along, really. This is square driven on the offside, and they are going to take on the arm of Ben Charlesworth. They've actually done that quite consistently in terms of pushing those extra runs out into the outfield. So Kane picks up 2, 44 more required. Van Buren is in bowls and knocked into the onside defensively. So
He's more of a classical style batter, is Harry Kame. He's not a slogger by any manner of means.
he doesn't. As Van Buren bowls full, driven down to wide long off for 1. It isn't a sort of a move to try and say, oh, well, we want you to get deducted these points, actually, which you could do. I'm sure there were plenty of sides who would have done that. Just go, well, if you want to bowl spin quickly, we're just going to keep hitting the ball to the boundary.
It's not the Derbyshire way.
Van Buren bowls. Oh, it's gone right through Jewell there. He went lunging forward looking to drive and has been beaten pretty comprehensively by it, which again has shown. I mean, that, even in the couple of overs he bowled yesterday, I thought Van Buren was looking actually pretty decent, but didn't bowl very much as Jewell drives a single off the back foot down to long off. As I say, his back wasn't good even on day one when he was having painkillers for it in his 67. So maybe that they've just tried to limit the number of overs that he's bowling, and I'm sure they wanted to give all of the 5 seamers that they selected in this match a decent bowl as well, but and try and get them into some sort of rhythm, because it was quite clear that some of them weren't in rhythm from the start. 49 for 1, 42 more required.
Ollie Price bowling to Caleb Jewell, who goes for the reverse sweep, gets it wrong, under edges it onto his pads, and there's no run. I mentioned that Jono was in the ground. Well, Twiggy's listening now, our breakfast show host as well. In Sawley, as this next one is defended by Jewell, back to the bowler. And Terry reminds me, I hadn't mentioned it, Terry, that Cameron Bancroft played a season for Denby in the Derbyshire Premier League around 10 years ago.
All right.
I'm sure it's a shame he's not playing, because a lot would have come to see him. A reverse sweep again, and it's straight to the fielder at short third man, as was, backward square leg, as it turned into by Caleb Jewell. He remains on 27. A run a ball, 49 for 1 Derbyshire. Ollie Price is in again, and he sweeps conventionally this time, slightly sloggishly actually, up in the air, but he's got 4 runs for it down to the members' pavilion. It's more of a jab than a conventional, fully conventional sweep, but he's picked up 4 more runs. He moves to 31. 53 for 1. The 50 comes up for Derbyshire. They need 38 more for victory. He's sunning himself, Twiggy no doubt, with a glass of something cold in his hand as this next delivery from Price is pushed into the offside by Caleb Jewell and out. Is that Ben Charles? Was that it is?
Yeah.
Out there on the cover boundary. He's now on the mid-wicket boundary for the right-hander. Jewell up to 32. Final ball of Ollie Price's over is defended by Hurricane. He remains on 10. Jewell has 32. Derbyshire 54 for 1 in pursuit of 91. They need another 36, 37 to win the game. 35 overs left today and 96 tomorrow. I think it's fairly safe to say this game won't end in a draw.
The umpires are having another chat here. I think that I'm guessing they're just having a little
Over
discussion
by
about
over.
about just where the number is, so that there's
It's now
an idea.
It's now gone up to 12 and over to get to tea at the conventional time and win.
Van Buren in, and a little shuffle down the pitch from Jewell, but then he realises he just has to keep it out as Van Buren threatened to fire that one through his defences, and there's all of 3 seconds worth for Jewell to keep his wits about him as he's facing again. It's clipped down to long on for 1. It almost reached the stage in the previous over. In fact, I think it did for the first time, where the sweep was hit for 4, and Bracey and Ollie Price pretty much said, well, you might as well just stay there, rather than running back into position. Came forward to defend back to Van Buren, jogging back to his mark. I suppose it's just about possible, as I'm seeing Miles Hammond at slip there. As Van Buren bowls on the back foot, Kane will take 1 down to long on. Just about possible we might get a Miles Hammond over or 2. He bowled 1.5 overs last year. Chris Dent bowled an over of, I think it was actually left-arm spin rather than the left-arm seam as he was trying at one stage, as Jewell clips towards mid-wicket where Hammond fields. So we're still going with the 2 more recognised spin bowlers, but an over of Miles Hammond would be quite something. It's always magnificent to watch. There's a bit of bounce there from Van Buren, and it causes Kane to miss time his forcing shot through the offside. There's no run as it's fielded at cover, and another over that goes by in the space of about a minute and 10 seconds.
So they can add 15 minutes on if they think Derbyshire can win in an extra, it's 4 overs, isn't it? That would make 6 overs left now, but they still need 5 and over at that rate.
They don't look desperate to score at 5 and over just for the sake of that, do they?
And it might help Gloucestershire if
Exactly.
they do come back after tea for 4 or 5 overs at this pace. As Ollie Price begins a new over to Caleb Jewell, who clips it down the ground towards Singdale, who's at long on, and they go through for a single. Jewell moves to 35 from 33, 58 for 1, 33 to win. Next Price ball is almost turned into a full toss by Harry Kane. Bunted down the ground to...
It's Ed Middleton down there.
Thank you very much. I was starting to panic. Ed Middleton wearing 55 as Price is in again, and Jewell clips this into the leg side for 2. In fact, they're going to turn it into as he comes back for the second. Good running by the Derbyshire pair. Jewell moves to 37.
Might be Matt Taylor who's gone off because he's not going to bowl again, so he might be the
61
one gone off.
for 1 halfway through this over, and this one is a full toss that's swept away for 4 by Caleb Jewell. He moves on to 41. He's going to get back-to-back half centuries in his Derbyshire debut. Well, he's 9 away now, 65 for 1, 26 more runs required, and this over might just persuade the umpires that it can be finished in what would be 5 overs after this one, and it's 5 and over, but Derbyshire are scoring at just under 5 and over. Price is in and bowls, and that one is an attempt to sweep again. Didn't come off any part of his bat. He's going to go back for the second leg by, as well as Caleb Jewell. He remains on 41. Derbyshire moved to 67 for 1. Final ball of the 13th over about to be bowled. Price has gone for 15 in his 2 overs and 5 balls so far. Well, that's not part of the exercise. He's in now and bowls to Jewell, who just turns that nicely down towards the fine leg. Van Buren races around to get to the ball and cut it off, and then overthrows the wicketkeeper by some distance as Jewell picks up another single to move to 42. 68 for 1 at the end of the over. Derbyshire need 23 more runs to win. 1 over till
I reckon
tea.
we're going to get the extra
4 5.
15. Now,
It's sort of gone down to closer to 4 than 5.
which also means that, well, I guess we won't get an official indication of the over rate perhaps until
Until you
later
go
on.
next door and ask.
Buren Bowles going down low to keep this one out as Jewell. I don't know whether the umpires make a final
Yes, I
calculation
think
at
they
the
probably
end, so I'm
You'd
not
be suggesting that it was done scientifically then.
Buren
I'm not
Bowles
sure that it is.
swerving delivery has turned out to deep backward square. Jewell moves to 40. Ooh. Jewell moves to 43 or 45. Discrepancy time. And maybe those two
That was Jewell.
leg buys are still on as runs on that scoreboard.
Yes.
Anyway, Buren is in, and a skidding delivery is poked out for no run by Kane to extra cover. What we do know is that there are 22 runs required. I think we're pretty certain
That's
on that.
the old scoreboard. Sorry, we've got no time.
Buren Bowles. It's a
old
missed time drive straight back to the bowlers, no run.
The old scoreboard is operated independently. This scoreboard is operated by the scorers, so I'd go with this one.
Yes.
Carry
I think.
Carry on.
I think I know what happened. Anyway, from Buren Bowles sort of going into horse racing commentator speed at this point.
They're over the final fence, just coming to the elbow.
Played to Dent at mid-wicket. Van Buren in once more again. He bowls, and this is pushed forward for no run. They're going to end the over at 69 for 1. And oh no, can't keep this up.
And
Oh,
they're staying out there.
we are staying out. Yes.
Yeah.
Sorry, I thought for one moment. I said, well, it was just because Van Buren was marching off, having collected his cap. I thought maybe everybody was going with a not.
So tea will be done. Well, here's the official announcement from Jem. Well, it will be in a minute when she switched the microphone on, but we will have 4 more overs. Here we go.
The extra 15 minutes will be taken.
There we go. Has been taken indeed.
To huge cheers from
Yeah, nobody cares.
everybody.
So if they don't do it in these 4 overs, we could
have the
go off when
situation.
they need one to win. How ridiculous would that be? Ollie Price to bowl his 4th over, 69 for 1, Derbyshire needing 22. Bowls to Jewel, who just pulls this around the corner. And they go through for a single as Van Buren juggles it a couple of times and kicks it. They'd already agreed to take the single. Jewel moves to 44. 70 for 1, Derbyshire. The 50 partnership came up in the last over, which I missed completely. And in comes Price again and bowls to Kame, who drives one-handed into the offside. And it's fielded by Chris Dent.
Well, as I said, Matt Taylor back out on the field, as I suspected.
There he is, yes. Here comes Ollie Price again, bowls to Kame and beats him. Good delivery. So 3 overs till tea after this one. We've got only halfway through this one so far. There, the sun just coming round to Baker's in the commentary box as Ollie Price is in and Kame turns it into the leg side towards Zaman Akhtar, who does the fielding at mid-wicket. We now have Miles Hammond at that short-ish, straight-ish mid-on, and the ball goes to mid-off Harry Kame's bat, fielded by Singdale. 1 ball to go in the over. Still 21 runs to win. It's 7 and over. They're not going to do it, you know. In comes Price and bowls, and Harry Kame just turns that one into the leg side for a comfortable single. He moves to 13. There's not much for Harry Kame to gain here now, because there aren't enough runs for him to get anywhere near a landmark. Caleb Jewell is 6 away from back-to-back half-centuries to open his Derbyshire career. Questions will be asked of David Griffin. 71 for 1 at the end of the over, 20 to win, with 3 to go until tea.
I suppose the umpires are thinking, well, I wish we hadn't taken the extra 15 now, but I suppose they sort of, the hands were forced by that 1 over from Ollie Price. Van Buren in, and a flick off the pads is missed by Kame, and it ricochets out into the onside. That's another great outcome for Gloucestershire. Van Buren bowls wide and driven through, squarish on the offside. They'll take 2 as Charlesworth mops up from the boundary.
Jason's looking at something through his binoculars. I'd love to know what it is. There are 3 stewards huddled together on the far side. Anyway.
Van Buren is in, and this is played straight into the ground. Another shot fairly mistimed and allowing the jog back to the mark, and well, Van Buren bowls a delivery which has just been played past short mid-wickets. Desperate attempt to stop it, and a single is taken. I think to use the words of a former colleague, much missed, farce.
Yes. Like he was sitting next to me.
Buren bowls this is bottom-handed, whipped out a long on for a single by Jewell to take him up to 45.
My first Derbyshire match with Bob.
Almost everybody seems to have done their
Down
debut with Bob, and obviously I did.
At Bristol.
For defence from Kame, ends the over. So there's 2 more left, although, will they bowl them so quickly that we might get through more than the 4 overs in the 15 minutes? So did you?
No,
did
I
you?
didn't.
Did you?
No, I didn't.
One of us should have been responsible for making a note of the time that the first 15 minutes started.
I didn't think to. No, but you're absolutely right.
Do you know what we can do?
What?
We can work out.
Can you?
When the
Good luck.
previous over started on the
Might not have
stream.
time before Ollie Price has finished this
True.
over. He's on his way in now to bowl around the wicket to Jewell, who drives, and it's sort of half stopped by the man in close at extra cover. It's Van Buren. No, it's not.
Akhtar.
It's Akhtar. Gets a single, he moves to 46, 76 for 1. Price bowls, defended or pushed into the leg side, not defended into the leg side, pushed into the leg side by Kame for a single. He moves to 17, 77 for 1. They need 14 to win now.
Glamorgan 7 down.
Yeah.
Cardiff still trailing by 53.
Oof. Next delivery is turned into the leg side by Caleb Jewell. There is no run. Next one is swept by Jewel. He picks up another single. He's moved to 47 now of 44 deliveries, 78 for one. Trail by 13. As Price is in again, and this one is defended by Harry Kane. It's one of those sportsmen. There are a number you find that you get them that you almost have to say his full name, and I don't know why. And some you do, and some you don't.
Yeah, definitely.
Price is in. Kane turns it into the leg side. No run.
Mind you, usually with half of Gloucestershire's side being brothers,
Well,
most of the time, you often tend to have to do it anyway.
Yeah. Rumaan Burrell is one at Burton Albion. It just doesn't seem right just to say Burrell. I mean, he's the only Rumaan I've ever met, but top man. Of course, John Daddy Bodvarsson, on the other hand, you just want to shorten it as much as you possibly can.
Graham van Buren bowls. Used his full name. Just said Van Buren. Cut and a miss from Jewel on 47. Straight through to the gloves of Bracey. Next delivery comes in. Oh, I don't think he's got any bat on that at all. It's just skidded underneath his bat, and then Bracey with some
missed the padded
shin
area
action to stop it from going for more than just the one by. 79 for one. Field almost seemed to switch over in 5 seconds. I suppose pretty much all that's happening is this is played to backward square for no run. All that pretty much has to happen is Ollie Price has to move from one side to the other at slip, and they're pretty much keeping the field the same. Defensive shot, extra cover, no run. I'm almost abbreviating the description of the ball. That, unfortunately, there are people who we must still describe every ball to. Cut. I came for one. Otherwise, we couldn't fielded at deep point. Otherwise, we couldn't say every ball of every county championship game.
No,
it would be every ball apart from the ones that happened too quickly for us to describe. 80 for one. Some Buren bowls, and Jewel is forward and playing defensively to extra cover. So we've had the 4 overs, but we haven't had the 15 minutes. So we continue.
I should have asked next door what time the extra 15 minutes started. They're not going to bowl. They might get 2 more in, you never know.
I suppose if they want to achieve an over rate of about, 20, then they have to get an extra one in. And that's basically what they're going for, isn't it? Trying to get through about 20 in an hour.
Yeah. Ollie Price begins a new over. There's an attempt to cut that away by Kame, and he misses the ball, goes through to Bracey. Comes Price again, bowls, and this time he's driven it into the offside. There's a bit of a gap there. There might be 2 as Delanga comes around to do the fielding and weighs up who to throw it to. He decides to throw it to Price, who misses it, but they've already settled for the 2. Kane moves to 20. They need 9 to win. Jewel needs 3 more for a half century. 82 for 1. Next delivery is defended by Kame, and there's a yes-no. There's a ball that goes backward a square on the offside. That's Van Buren doing the fielding. Halfway through this over, in comes Price again, and that one is driven. More work for Marchant Delanga to do, and he's going to do it and keep them down to a couple. Kane moves to 22, 84 for 1. Or does he move to 20? No, he moves to 22. There are just 7 runs required, and Jewel is on 47 not out. Kane turns that into the leg side. I'm sure he knows. 1 ball of this over to go as Kane picks up another single to move to 23. 85 for 1. Derbyshire can finish this in 1 blow now if Caleb Jewel so fancies it. 6 to win. Price is in. Jewel up in the air, down towards a very fine leg. Is it going to go all the way to the boundary? It is, and it's a half century. A second in the match for Caleb Jewel. 61 in the first innings, 51 not out in the second. Raises his bat once more, the Australian. And the second Tasmanian to play for Derbyshire after Michael Di Venuto. He wasn't best pleased when somebody pointed that out to him. That's quite the act to follow, but he started pretty well. He's got his 50 off 48 balls.
It couldn't be worse, could it? A left-handed opening bat as well.
And 6 fours. And Derbyshire require 2 more runs to win, and that ball, the first of the new Van Buren over, is turned up to mid-on by Harry Kane. Next delivery, an effort ball from the grunt, is defended by Kane.
Now, a habit that he does have.
If they were nice, they'd let them get through a few overs now before crossing the finish line. 2 to win. Kane guides that, and there it is, the victory for Derbyshire in the opening game of the season. First time since 2019. The ball goes all the way to the boundary for 4. Harry Kane will finish on 27. Caleb Jewell finishes on 53. And Derbyshire win this game by 9 wickets. A fairly comprehensive victory just before tea on day 3. And the best possible start to life back as captain for Wayne Madsen, who has led his side to victory here at the county ground. I've got a hole in my trousers. I don't know where that's come from. These are my good pair.
Oh, gosh.
Yes.
Right. Seriousness.
Yes, quite.
Gloucestershire have been, I mean, that word was the one I was going to use, comprehensively outplayed by Derbyshire pretty much from start to finish and in all departments. The bright spots, the century from Charlesworth, I think the bowling of particularly Tom Price and Marchant de Lange, but really there are an awful lot of things that are going to have to be improved on and improved upon very quickly for Gloucestershire, because if they were, which they were, the ambition was very much that 4-day cricket would be something that they would be able to build upon the momentum that they had at the back end of last year. And from this display here, they are going to have to find that a game late, as it were, because they've been beaten by 9 wickets, and that tends to tell the story, really.
Yes, I think so. It's been a great match for Wayne Madsen with yet another century in first-class cricket. He made 118 in the first innings, an honourable mention for Harry Kane with his 83. 61 for Caleb Jewell. It was 51, not 53 in the second innings. I was looking at the wrong scoreboard. Scoreboard that had added 2 leg byes to his total. Zach Chappell making that quick-fire 61 off 67 with 6 fours and 2 sixes. 10 wickets in the match, of course, for Lewis Rees. 10 for 97. It was started off by Anuj Dal with 2 wickets reasonably early on. And Derbyshire, well, it was a bit of a cruise in the end. They did lose David Lloyd in their second innings for 7 when he was caught by Ollie Price off the bowling of Tom Price. But Caleb Jewell, who got to his half-century off 48 balls, eventually helped Derbyshire over the line, along with Harry Kane, who was 27 not out at the end. As we've both said, a fairly comprehensive victory for Derbyshire.
There is no official, by the way, confirmation of what the over 8 finished at yet. I was able to overhear, so unfortunately I can't bring you exactly what Gloucestershire's points total is, but it's certainly not more than 3.
I've carried on wittering, just in case you had news. Elsewhere, Glamorgan is 7 down against Leicestershire, trailing still by 47 runs in their second innings. Middlesex lead by 72 against Lancashire, and they're still only 4 down, so that game looks like it's got a bit of life left in it at Lords in the second division. Kent, earlier on today, completed a fairly comfortable victory over Northamptonshire. Notts now lead Durham by 184. Warwickshire have just been bowled out for 454, so trail Sussex by 74 on what appears to be a reasonably flat pitch at Edgbaston. Worcestershire 191 for 4, trailing at Somerset. Well, they still need another 325 runs to make Somerset bat for a second time. Surrey 307 for 8. So still a possibility of being asked to follow on by Essex, who made 582 for 6 declared, and Hampshire are now 80 for 3. They need a further 68 runs to beat Yorkshire down at Southampton. Thanks very much for joining us over the, yes, and we'd like to thank all listeners. I'll just wait until Jane's finished. They play again here a week on Friday against Northamptonshire.
When Derbyshire play Northamptonshire.
There we go.
In the Rothesay
I thought that's what it was. Yeah.
Thank you for your support.
No.
Please have a safe journey home.
I will do my best. Thank you, Jane. We'll be back on Friday, of course. There's no point in fighting Jane. Derbyshire at Leicester at Grace Road and Gloucestershire at home to, you've already told me, Glamorgan.
Glamorgan, yep. Indeed, first home fixture of the season.
The home opener at Bristol in the vernacular that we understand so well. Thank you, Ed. It's been a delight as
Thank
always.
you
We'll
so
see you
much.
later in the
It's
season,
so
won't we?
yeah.
At some point, I'm sure.
Yes,
It's in
June.
Yes,
Is
yeah.
it late June? One of those ones.
I think it's
at
one
Bristol.
of the ones during the T20 blast,
Yes.
so they're usually quite exciting, aren't they? Where batters don't know whether they're coming or going.
Quite.
And neither do we. And thank you for listening. Your interaction, it's always welcome. Keep sending the messages. It just makes it slightly more worthwhile. And we will both see you on Friday, 11 o'clock sharp. Don't be late.